Welcome to the Olympic Stadium in Tokyo and to the 2020 Summer Paralympic Games. It's a pleasure to have you join us for more track and field action. Well, the time's flying by. It's hard to believe we're already approaching the halfway point of the competition. Every session is offering up some lasting memories and amazing performances. It'll be hard to let go of the games, but thankfully that time is some way off still. The Javelin events have been especially exciting, and we have one coming up shortly. But the track will take centre stage. Some great finals coming up, and thankfully for all of us, in slightly cooler weather at last.
Yeah, a little bit cooler in this morning session so far, but the humidity may well pick up later in the day, and it may well change if there is that predicted rain that does come in later on. The Japanese are doing well at these Paralympic Games, and there's a couple of 1,500 metres visually impaired categories to get us underway in the finals in the morning session. Yeltsin Yaks, who won the 5,000 metres, the man from Brazil, will go in that up against Fedor Rudakov, who's the European champion in the T11 complete visual impairment. And T13, the least of the visual impaired categories, Abdulatif Baka is the Paralympic champion. He's the world and Paralympic record holder, will go in that one. And then working our way down to a little bit later in the morning, the women's 400 metres T11 final will go. And it does contain Amara Durand, who is the reigning champion, and she is full of gold medals over her career in both World Championships and Paralympic Games over 100, 200 and 400 metres. So there is plenty to look forward to, many categories to get through in the track and on the field as well. We have some wonderful stuff that will open us up with the men's long jump T47. Roderick Townsend, who took the high jump gold, will be going for the double, trying to take the long jump there. Those T11 and T13, 1,500 visual impairment categories, as I spoke about there, and well, it's all to play for in the men's 400 metres T36 as well. James Turner of Australia, who won gold in Rio in the 800 metres, will go in that one. And there's that one I mentioned, the 400 metres T12 with Amara Durand going in that. So loads to look forward to. The weather is set fair again, and really looking forward to it.
What are you looking forward to most, Heather?
Oh my goodness, I think that 400 metre, the women's final, it's not maybe going to be the closest, but I'm just excited to see if this track can deliver another world record and Paralympic record. It's been fast, and the 400 is the distance that seems to be the optimum for these conditions and the track surface.
Let's talk about track surfaces, because as the technology builds and develops, athletes talk about whether a track is quick or not. There was our temperature 28 degrees, a little cooler than in the past couple, and we're expecting, well, at least the chance of some precipitation later in the day and probably tomorrow. It's the skies above this wonderful Olympic Stadium, sometimes called the National Stadium, but the surfaces, they changed a lot over the decades?
Well, they certainly have, and I mean, technology is continually advancing. We've seen the most significant change over the last couple of years in the footwear, but the tracks have progressed, and certain tracks, it isn't necessarily just the surface, it's sort of the air and the way it sits in there, and athletes will just talk about a track feeling fast, and sometimes it's even hard to put the science on that. It's the same with a swimming pool. Some swimming pools just feel faster, and this has been proven to be a fast track, and obviously the weather conditions and the environment within it and the wind as well. I mean, we've had basically no wind, so for the distances up to 400, it's pretty optimal.
So we've had plenty of discussion about the new breed of shoes and the bigger stack and the carbon plates that are in them. And as far as athletes with a disability and their prosthetics are concerned, there's a lot of science goes into those, and Germany, one of the leading nations in developing that stuff.
Well, it also goes beyond the prosthetics and even to the wheelchairs. And we've seen Hugh with his very aerodynamic wheelchair that he's worked to develop himself, and taking that technology from cycling and bringing it over to the athletics. It's great to see just the sports progressing, and I think the amount of world records and Paralympic records that we've seen over the last few days reflects that.
So the men's long jump will be the first event introduced to us today, and as Tolson's alluded to, Rod Townsend looking for the double-double, if you will. With the long jump and high jump he won in Rio, he's already won the high jump here with a new world record. quite a character and very enthusiastic about his own performances at times. Can I put it that way? Anyway, he's here to do his bit, and he's doing it so far. And that's the T47 long jump. He's going to have some stiff opposition, though, in this one. And the Discus F11 up soon afterwards. And then we'll swing into action on the track. China still leading the overall medal count with 54, from Great Britain on 26, RPC on 19, then the USA 18. Australia 12 and Brazil 12, Italy, the Netherlands and Azerbaijan in your top 10. It's interesting to look at those countries, see who's in and out at the top. But the men's long jump, T47. Arnaud Assoumani of France holds the world record. That was set in Christchurch in 2011, so it stood for a while, the World Championships there. Chen of China. Dallas Wise, who was also in the high jump alongside Townsend, who will go 8th. And a field of 13. Chen Hongji is 31 years of age, from Xiamen. He was 9th in Rio. Has a personal best of 6.96. Dallas Wise shared the silver medal in the high jump earlier in the competition. Can jump 7.33 on his day. Abel Sol Cervantes of Cuba. He's the youngest in the final at 18 years of age. Toby Fauahinmi out of Houston, 5th in Rio and 10th in London. Setio Budi Hartanto from Indonesia, 5th in London, 3rd at the 2015 Worlds. Setio Budi Hartanto. Michel Abraham de Duas, 9th in London, PB of 6.99. Huang Hao from Shenyang, twice world champion, 2017 and 19. Okay, let's see what Roderick Townsend has for us by way of an entrance. Oh no, there's the belt. He's made his own championship belt. Okay, moving on. Soria Kagbo of Sierra Leone, former para-badminton player. Nemanja Macicevic from Belgrade in Serbia, the best of 6.88. Assoumani of France, this is his 5th Paralympic Games. Twice a world champion. Hossein Rassouli of Afghanistan. It's great to have him here. And Nikita Kochikov of the Russian Paralympic Committee, 4th at the World Championships 2 years ago. He's from Ulyanovsk with the best of 7 meters 12. I think Townsend treats it like a show.
Well, it's one way to help yourself get in the zone, isn't it, and get up. And I mean, the Paralympic Games happening just once every 4 years, 5 years in this case. If you can't bring a show to an event like this, then when can you? And I think he is just embracing the moment. These athletes have had so few competitions over the last couple of years, and maybe all of that is coming out on pure display. You see Townsend preparing the look. I'm not sure what outfit he's going for, but all will be revealed shortly.
Well, he just blew the field away in the high jump. I wonder what will happen in the long jump. Chen Hongji will be first to go. Hits the board nicely, and that's a fair jump. He was very close to the edge of the board, so he's timed his run up well. He has 3 Paralympic high jump medals to his credit. A lot of the high jumpers are long jumpers and vice versa.
Just struggling to get that second leg through in time. It's slightly trailing by the time he hits the pit. You don't want to just work on the speed that his legs come through. And
at least it's a fair jump, and that means he can feel confident about his run up. 6:06 though, he's got a lot more to offer, I think, with a PB of 6:96. Now Dallas Wise can comfortably clear 7 meters on his day. From South Carolina.
that was a pretty decent opener. If we see the white flag, and we do, you could just see Wise starting low and coming up as on that run up, opening up his chest, ready to lift. And look at the height and the length of that.
He's got plenty of distance left on the board as well. I'd say he lost around 20 centimeters then.
Well, he's going to take confidence from that, I'm sure.
.710, so that's a very promising start from Wise, seeing as he's got some room to spare as well. Going to have a visually impaired women's discus event running concurrently with the long jump. Zhang Liangmin is in the field and is the world and Paralympic record holder. Records that have stood for a decade. Oksana Dobrovolskaya will lead off the field. She's from Lithuania. Turkey, Argentina, China, Colombia, Brazil, and Italy in the field.
First of all, for the European Championships for Lithuania.
Dobrovolskaya.
Oksana Dobrovolskaya.
Also a Paralympic swimmer prior to taking up athletics. Uzra Terikli, a 26-year-old from Ankara, was 8th in Rio and 4th at the World Championships 4 years ago. Elena Shak, studying sport at Ural University with a best of 33 meters 12. Florencia Romero from Buenos Aires, 5th at the 17 Worlds.
Next, the Rio silver medalist for China.
Tang Hongxia is from Dongtai, 2nd in Rio, twice a runner-up at World Championships.
Going at 6th, 5th in Rio for Colombia.
Yesenia Restrepo Munoz.
Yesenia Restrepo Munoz.
Colombia having a good games. Perhaps she can find a medal here.
Throwing at 7th, the Rio bronze medalist from Brazil.
Isabela Campos from Belo Horizonte in Brazil. 3 times 3rd at World Championships.
Going at 8th, the defending champion and world record holder for China.
And here's the athlete who'll take some beating today, Zhang Liangmin, the only thrower in the field to clear 40 meters. Assunte Legnante did win the 2019 World Championships with 37.89. So Zhang has been at the top in this discipline for a long time. Can she stay there? Time will tell us. We go back to the long jump pit and Sol Cervantes. 18-year-old from Cuba. Oh, huge jump from the young man. What an opener.
Came in with a personal best, significantly under 7 meters. And if our quick glance there is anything to go by, I think he has just jumped a lifetime best by a considerable amount.
Yeah, 6.77, his PB coming in. I bet he's been training over 7 meters because he's jumped 7.46, a new Paralympic record. That's what we see here.
And what we'll see on the track now is the first final of the morning session, the men's 1500 meters T11. The first of 6 finals to go. That there, the world and Paralympic record set by Kamani back in 2012.
T11
6 to go in this one, including the 5,000 meters champion already at these games. Heading out just there, Townsend of Brazil. European champion Fedor Rudakov will also go in this one. From the RPC, the T11 complete visual impairment category. So all the runners with a guide. Christian Valenzuela there from Chile down the bottom. He won gold in the 5,000 meters back in 2012, so don't discount him. These runners have already gone the 5,000 meters, so a shorter test for them, but a good test nonetheless. There he is, the man who took the 5,000 meters. Jacques of Brazil. He's also the Pan American Games champion over this distance as well. Sang of Kenya, who was 6th in this event of the Worlds back in 2019. Valenzuela, 8th in the 5,000. He was looking okay, but just fell away. He's taken silver in 2 World Championships. Karasawa, Kenya. He took silver in the 5,000 meters. The Japanese athlete, he'll be hoping for one better this time. Castro Reyes of Ecuador. Just missing out on the medals in the 5,000 meters. Someone who did get a medal in the 5,000 was that man, Wada Shinwa of Japan, who took bronze. The gold medalist on his inside of Wada Shinwa is Townsend. Now looking for a double. Brazil have been fantastic so far in these games. And Fedor Rudakov, the European champion, he was disqualified in the 5,000 meters, so he'll be hoping for a bit better in this one. With around 4 minutes of work in front of them. So 7 start, 3 to get medals. And getting out quickly already is the 5,000 meters champion, Townsend at the front, with Fedor Rudakov of the Russian Paralympic Committee behind him, and Wada Shinwa of Japan in 3rd place. So Jacques is going out very similar to how he did in that 5,000 meters. He was at the front for most of the way in that, in the top 2, and it was a little bit more of a cagey affair in the 5,000, as you can imagine, doing a lot further around. But this one, when they come around and head across the finishing line, they'll have 3 laps of this wonderful stadium circuit to do before they hit the finishing line. And he's looking very strong indeed. Those guides, of course, compulsory in this category, and they have to run with that tether. And the tether has to be attached the whole time, and the athlete has to go across the line before the guide at the end as well. You can't be pulling, you can't be helping, you can talk to the athlete, but you must run separately to them as far as dragging them along goes, otherwise you will face disqualification. It's a category that sometimes when you can't really see what's happened, the experienced officials will see it and you will be disqualified. But out in front at the moment, Yelchin Jarksi is about 25 metres out in front and looking really strong.
Well, he'll certainly have witnessed the qualifiers. We saw a couple of fallers, which can be one of the challenges in the visually impaired category, especially in these tight, faster distances such as the 1500 metres. And you can see some jostling going on in the main pack here. And this is where the guides have to be really careful to make sure they give their athletes enough space to move around. So at the moment, Jax is just running his own race, and here he can really concentrate on finding that rhythm, stride for stride, in sync with his striders. They've got 2 laps to go. And now the rest of the chasers are going to be starting to think about a silver and a bronze, because it looks as though Jax is just a slight class above, and we know that he's got a strong finish as well, and he's staying out of trouble, and they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to start to reduce that gap as we come to the final lap and a half.
Well, the interesting part as well is that the 2 guides in the first and second position at the moment have both got their guides on the inside, whereas the remaining 5 athletes have their guides who take part on the outside. So it's all about being comfortable in where you are. If the guide is on the inside, there's less chance of the athlete, of course, taking a foot off the track, which would be disqualification. But at the moment, Yelchin Jarks is looking really strong in front there in first position with his guide Dos Santos, and he's looking like he's going to make it a double, because at the moment, with around 450 metres to go, he is about 50 metres in front of Wada Shinya, who took bronze in the 5,000 metres. So they take the fell across for the last 400 metres, 1 circuit remaining, and if anything, Jarks has picked up the speed. So you do worry sometimes with these athletes when they take up speed up a bit in the last lap, that they sometimes can falter towards the end. But the chasing pack we see there by Castro Reyes at the very back, taking up the field in that group there, has got a lot of work to do. So the battle is going to be on for second and third position, because that man out in front, Yelchin Jarks, is looking extremely powerful. Shinya of Japan is in second position, and Fedor Rudikov of the RPC, the European champion, sitting in third, and it's been that way for much of the race already as Yelchin Jarks comes around the last 100 metres. We'll keep an eye on the time as they come across, because it's looking pretty quick. 3:40 already. The world record mark is 3:58.37, which was set in September 2012 at the London Summer Paralympic Games. And Jarks is going across the line now, and 3:57.6, so it is a new world record. So he makes it a double in the distance events. Wada of Japan picks up the silver, and it is Fedor Rudikov, the European champion, who takes the bronze medal. But what a finish from Yelchin Jarks, a world record to add to a 5,000 metres gold medal as well. He's done the double. A new Asian record for Wada Shinya of Japan in 4:05.27, and a lifetime best for Fedor Rudikov. Valenzuela goes across the line, but it's all about that man there, Yelchin Jarks. Gold in the 5,000 metres, gold now in the 1,500 metres, complete visual impairment category. Well, what a race. From the very beginning they took it out. They were never headed. In the whole 1,500 metres, it was Brazil out in front. Wada of Japan, 44 years of age, has taken a silver medal to add to that bronze that he took in the 5,000 metres. And Rudikov, after being disqualified in the 5,000, takes a bronze for the RPC. So that's a familiar sight for that man in these games. Yelchin Jarks, world record, smashing the mark from 9 years ago in London.
Well, they obviously had a race plan coming into that. Yelchin Jarks and his guide, Dos Santos, and they stuck to that plan. No one interfered. It went to the line, and a world record to boot. Whether that was in the planning, who knows? But it was certainly the way to run a 1,500 metres from the front. A gutsy performance, but it does keep you out of trouble. And having that synchronicity with the guide just helps. It's not quite a solo run as much as it is a solo medal effort. It's a teamwork And when it comes to going from the front, that really does help.
Just to let you know about that tether you see there, in case you don't know, it's a maximum of 30 centimetres that it can be between the hands of those two athletes. So it's quite an effort to get around the track. And the fact that the athlete is a complete visual impairment, as Wada celebrates for Japan, making it 2 medals for himself at these games. The T11 being complete visual impairment, is quite an effort that goes in with the guys to make sure they run in a synchronized style. A new world record for Yeltsin Jarks of Brazil. He makes it a double at these games, 5,000 meters, and then 1,500 meters in the T11 complete visual impairment category, 3:57.60 seconds, taking it around a second or so off the mark set 9 years ago in London by Samuel Mushai Kamani. As the Brazilian just heads across the line, he looked really smooth the whole way through. He was never headed. He looked good. And he looks for gold for the second time at these Summer Paralympic Games here in Tokyo 2020. Yeltsin Jarks in the world record takes gold. Wada Shinua of Japan with a silver to add to his bronze in the 5,000. And Rudakov of the RPC, a lifetime best for him as well, takes bronze. Next up, the men's 1,500 metres T13. This is the least of the visual impairment categories. Abdulatif Bakar is the Paralympic champion, world record and Paralympic record holder in the T13 category. This will have a mixture of T13s and T12s going in this one.
Starting with well, it's a mass entry. Let's welcome all of them.
So we have 11 to go in this one. Ethiopia, Tunisia, Algeria, Australia, the RPC, Spain, USA, all represented. It's a mix of nations, and it's an event that certainly brings out the best in these athletes. Yassine Udadi Elatabi will go in this one as well, who's already taken gold over the 5,000 metres in the T13 category. The silver medalist from there will go as well, as will the bronze medalist from the RPC, who is Alexander Kostin. That there is Anton Kuliatin, who is the European champion at this distance. So the least of the visual impaired categories, a guide is optional in this, and all the athletes have chosen to run without a guide. $11 to go. All the medalists from the 5,000 metres will be here. Add to that the European champion. The silver medalist from 2016 is also there. Demise of Ethiopia, the Algerian Abdulatif Bakar, who's the reigning Paralympic champion. And what a field we have. 27 years of age, from Tunisia, first major championship. Atrav Lehel. Igor Sharov, who took fourth in 2019 the World Championships. He took silver this year in the Europeans. Joel Gomez, 18-year-old from San Diego. First Paralympic Games for him. Silver in the Pan American Games in 2019. Udadi El-Atabi, gold in 5,000. He took bronze in the European Championships in this event. Behind that man who took gold, Anton Kuliatin, silver at the World Championships a couple of years ago, current European champion. Jared Clifford, silver over 5,000 metres already when he couldn't quite catch up to Udadi El-Atabi. He's also the reigning world champion in this event. Alexander Kostin, bronze in the 5,000, Bronze at the European Championships in this back in 2016. And the second of the Australians, Sam Harding, his first time in the 1500 metres at a major championship. And on his side, Algeria's Abdelatif Barka, gold medalist in 2017 in London, the year after he won the Paralympic title in Rio. Jababli of Tunisia, 8th in 2019 in Dubai, the second of the Tunisians. And Tamira Debise of Ethiopia, looking to go one better than he did in Rio when he took silver. So there's your reigning Paralympic champion, Abdelatif Barka. He's also the world record and Paralympic record holder at the T13 category. Jared Clifford, who runs in this, is the world record holder set earlier this year in the T12. So it is Barka who gets away quickest of all and heads out to the front. We saw in the complete visual impairment category in the T11 that when Yeltsin Jarks, who won that, got out in front, he wasn't headed for the entire race. Ran with a guide in that, of course. These category, they can opt to run with a guide or without, and they've all chosen to run without a guide, which they're most comfortable with, and really looking forward to what's going to be a solid race. And they're all bunched in at the moment, just looking to see who's going to make a move.
Well, I think we're going to see very different tactics here. When you don't have the guide, there's a lot easier to move throughout the pack, and we're already seeing a move coming through on the outside, and it's just a matter of finding that position you want to be in. And this looks like a very steady start, and I think this is going to favour those who've got that strong kick. So sit in for these next 2 laps. That's what they'll be thinking, unless you're one of those athletes that knows you maybe don't have the final speed. And if you are, we might start to see those wanting to push that pace. But it's Barka who's keeping things in control, and it looks as though this is what he wants. You know, he's setting that pace, and he's saying, okay, guys, you know, this is what we're going to do. This is my race. I'm in control. And if no one's going to challenge that, then Barka might well have his way, and it might just have a little glance there. You could see he looked up to the screen and he realised everyone's there with him.
Yeah, the wonders of major championships, when you're in magnificent stadiums like this, you can see the screen at both ends. There was almost a fall there from Jared Clifford about 300 metres ago when he just clipped the back of the heels of someone on the inside. Couldn't quite make out who it was, but it is one of the things in the visual impairment category that sometimes you can just lose a bit of spatial awareness of what's going on around you and clip people's heels. So really important to make sure that you just keep your space, you know what's going on around you, and try and keep your distance. And Clifford is on the outside. He's been there for the majority of the race, the Australian on the left-hand side. Kuliatin, the European champion, on the inside in the white vest and blue shorts, and in the green out in front, now slipping back into second position. It's Abdelatif Barka, the Paralympic champion. So you can throw a rug over the whole lot of them at the moment. It's Sam Harding of Australia who's at the back there in the gold vest and green shorts. And also back there with him, it's Alexander Costin as well, who took bronze in that 5,000 metres. And now out to the front, Adadi El Atabi, who's a experienced campaigner. He was 7th in the 2019 Worlds back in Dubai, and he's also the bronze medalist from earlier this year. Behind the man who's just gone into his front, in front of him there, the gold medalist at the European Championships, Anton Kuliatin of the RPC. So there's a bit of jostling, bit of movement. Costin around the outside, and with around 500 metres to go, it promises to be a very fast last lap, and Jared Clifford has made a run for it as they move into the last 50 metres before the athletes will take the bell. So it's Clifford in first position, and now roaring around the outside, moving into first position there. It is the Tunisian, Jababli, who's gone past Clifford. Well, this wasn't expected. He was 8th in the Worlds back in 2019, and Jababli has made a run for it with 400 metres to go. There's now around 200 metres remaining, and it's Jababli out in front with Jared Clifford in second position, and it is the European champion, Anton Kuliatin of the RPC, who's in third. And well, Abdelatif Barka is way, way back and in all sorts of trouble in around 7th position, so he is out of it. But coming down the outside, it is Kuliatin, the European champion, who's moved past Jababli. Clifford in third position, but it's going to be Anton Kuliatin. He's blown kisses to the crowd 3:54.03. He knew he had it won with around 10 meters to go, did the Russian Paralympic Committee athlete, and he takes the victory ahead of Jared Clifford and Javelin of Tunisia, who made a run with 400 meters to go around the outside to set the pace and splinter the field, takes the bronze medal. Well, Anton Kuliatin, he won the European Championship in Bydgoszcz in Poland back in June. He adds the Paralympic title to that. What a year it's been for him.
Oh, what a perfectly planned and executed 1,500 meters. It did come down to that final leg. It was probably the last 500 meters where the athletes just decided this pack is going to be setting up for a very fast finish, and some of them making the move early. And what a gutsy performance by the Tunisian. But it's all about this man, Kuliatin. He kept his cool. He waited till that final bend, and in a moment we'll get to see the acceleration that came through from the Russian.
Well, Javelin is celebrating. He's managed to pick Clifford and a new lifetime best. Clifford has to settle for the bronze. That man there, though, 3:54.04.
Well, that tells you what a slow time it was in relation to these athletes' abilities. But that was decided pretty early on, wasn't it? And it came down to this. And look, making the move off that corner, he just sat in the right place, ready to pounce the whole way, never got boxed in, and even time to glance over and ease up at the end. It wasn't a race about time. It was a race about the Paralympic title. Javelin tying up in those final few meters, but still managing to hold off a late surge from the Australian Jared Clifford. Tactical racing.
Always good to see someone celebrate towards the end. Look at that. Blows the kisses, puts the arms out. Knows he's got it. Javelin, who forced the pace, thrilled with a silver medal, and Jared Clifford of Australia picks up the bronze. But Kuliatin sat there or thereabouts for the entire race in around second and third position. He knew the tactics he wanted. Javelin forced it with around 400 to go. That's when it opened up. That's when this man on the right came into his own, and it was in the last 100 metres where he knew he had the running. Clifford was falling forwards, trying to push forward, but just watch Javelin also in second position. He looked strong and he was thrilled with a silver medal. But a man who knows about gold this year, European champion and now Paralympic champion from the RPC, Anton Kuliatin. It's his birthday today as well. He's turned 30 today. Anton Kuliatin is a gold medalist. Go with it. What a birthday present. Javelin with a lifetime best in silver, and Clifford of Australia takes the bronze. Abdulatif Bakar, the former champion, in 8th position. Women's 200 metres T64 now. Two heats scheduled to go in this one. Irmgard Ben Suzanne will go in the second of the heats, who holds the T44 records. European champion Marleen van Gansenwinkel goes in this one. Amita Ayambaku of the United States. Bronze in the 2019 World Championships. Maria Titsa, her first Paralympic Games. She played football in Germany prior to her accident in 2015. Marleen van Gansenwinkel, we've seen her in the long jump where she took bronze. She's the double European champion. Diaz Colon of Puerto Rico. Representing Puerto Rico in softball at junior level, goes in 4. And Papa Constantantu of Canada, disqualified in 2016 in Rio, will go in lane 3. So the first 3 will automatically qualify through to the final. The next two fastest over the two heats will go through. All T64s in this race. Those competing with a lower limb prosthesis for the T64 category. Ian Beku in 7, Tita in 6, Van Ganzerwinkel in 5, Diaz Colin in 4, and Papa Constantantu in lane 3. And they get away at the first time of asking, and Van Ganzerwinkel has already moved very fast up on the inside, and Papa Constantu of Canada also is rounding that bend very nicely. It's Van Ganzerwinkel, though, who's out in front at the moment. There's around 5 metres between her and Papa Constantu, and Tita in third position. It'll be those three who go across and qualify through in that particular order, and it is 26.56 is the time by Marlene Van Ganzerwinkel. Papa Constantu of Canada in the second position, and Maria Tita of Germany in third. So those three go through. Season best time for Van Ganzerwinkel, lifetime best for Papa Constantu of Canada, and Tita with a lifetime best as well in third position. So just easing through, no real difficulties there, as you'd expect for Marlene Van Ganzerwinkel, the two-time European champion. Ian Beku in a time of 28.64 will hope to go through as one of the fastest qualifiers, and Diaz Colin in the final position.
Well, we do see changes in these events as the start plays such a crucial part, but then when the athletes get into their rhythm, you see here on the home straight, and that's where Van Ganzerwinkel could really get into her stride, and she will have known that she can just relax down these final 50 metres. You see the stride lengthen, really long stride by Papa Constantu, looking comfortable, all three of those athletes. Straightforward process to make it through to the final.
When she was looking at the time, Van Ganzerwinkel, I don't know whether she was looking for a record there, but she didn't get it, but she goes through. Papa Constantu also goes through in second, as does Maria Tita, both of them with a lifetime best.
There's the long jump pit. It's the T47 event that's underway for the men. Fauhinmi of the United States, and his first attempt. So the leading jumpers are wanting to get over 7 metres and change. On his way, and a good first effort. The man from Houston, who was 5th in Rio with a 7:01. Nice position on the board, and certainly out towards that 7 metre mark.
Having some strong openers in this men's T47.
And a 7:09. That's something to build on for the American. 3 Americans in that final.
Second heat in the women's 200 metres T64. This one sees Irmgard Ben-Suzanne go. She's the only of the T44 athletes. She holds the T44 world and Paralympic record. Paralympic record set in Rio 5 years ago. Anna Stephen of New Zealand. She was 7th in 2019, the 20-year-old from Auckland at the Worlds. Beatrice Hatz of the United States, silver at the 2019 Pan American Games. Irmgard Ben-Suzanne, silver in the 2016 Rio Paralympics. She's the reigning world champion. Sydney Barter, the second of the United States athletes to go in this one. She's the reigning Pan American Games champion. And Kimberly Alkemade of the Netherlands. Silver back in 2019 in Dubai. Silver behind Van Ganterwinkel at the recent European Championships.
On your mark.
So the T64s with the prosthesis in their lower limb. That lady there. Then go Ben Suzanne, competing without a prosthesis in the T44 category. Stephen in 7, Hatz in 6, Ben Suzanne in 5, Barter in 4, and Alkemade in lane 3. Well, you'll notice the 20-year-old from New Zealand, Anna Stephen, on the outside goes from a standing position. You can do either or, whether you want to use the blocks or not. The rest went from a block position, and it is Ben Suzanne who's looking really strong from Germany. But on the inside now, Kimberly Alkemade of the Netherlands has really put the foot down. She's struggling somewhat towards the end. It's Ben Suzanne who's going to come across in front of her and take the win. Ben Suzanne will take it in a time of 26.40 seconds. A new Paralympic record, taking 0.3 of a second off the mark she set in Rio 5 years ago. Well, a wonderful finish. Alkemade has taken the second position. And that was a wonderful run from Irmgard Ben Suzanne, the T44 athlete. She's broken that mark. It's been rounded up to 26.41, so she's taken 0.29 of a second off that record from 5 years ago.
Well, a storming start for Ben Suzanne, as we might expect, and it's the athletes with the prosthesis that start to come through once they get off that bend, and you can see the orange vest of Alkemade, who's just powering off the bend, and they're not quite able to hold it, as Ben Suzanne has an incredibly strong finish. And she might have been going for a time there because she didn't need to push as hard as she did, but taking time off that Paralympic record will no doubt be a nice bonus.
We should make a point as well of Sydney Barter, the 17-year-old from Washington, D.C., who's gone through to the final as well at her first Paralympic Games. She's also set a new North American record. Irmgard Ben Suzanne, the T44 Paralympic record, lifetime best for Alkemade, who's taken second, and Sydney Barter, the automatic qualifier, a new lifetime best for her of 26.87. But that was the quickest heat of all. There's no doubt whatsoever. In the 4th and 5th place in that one, Beatrice Hatz and Anna Stephen do qualify through to the final.
Back across to the T47 men's long jump. And Wang Hao from Shenyang. Oh, he's only just landed inside the pit there. He got himself well offline, and he's okay. Could have done himself a serious mischief there. He's off to the left and further left when he lands.
Oh, that does look uncomfortably close. Hopefully there's no damage been done. You could see he had to correct his stride on the way in and looking for a little bit more distance, veering off to the left to try and get his foot.
But a 7.16 and all's good. Hope he straightens it up next time so we don't have to worry about him, but he's gone all right. Now, here's our friend Roderick Townsend, high jump winner and world record holder. Now in the long jump, which he won in Rio. Not short on self-belief. Let's see if he's got some distance to offer us in the long jump. Oh, he mucked up the end of the run up there. He's shortened up.
He did a little. He set off as looking so confident, like you said, didn't he? And here we see just dropping down, trying to get that extra stride in, and then hoping to open up, but not quite reaching his full potential. I think we'll see a lot more as he just dials in and gets those sort of nerves, and maybe not even nerves, maybe it's excitement, and sometimes overconfidence can equally be a detriment as nerves could be.
But 7:08, and
there's a lot more in that tank, isn't there?
There is, yeah. Also got action in the women's discus F11. And Zhang Liang Min is the current world record holder. And has held it for 10 years. Set at the World Championships in Christchurch, 2011. She's 35 now, but that's no great age for these throwers who can really hang around in the sport for a long time. And a 38.62. Promising start from her. And Lignante of Italy. It's just out of the medals in Rio. Won the shot put, though, in Rio. That's a great mask. That's fantastic. Is it tiger? Tigress? Tigress of the discus.
With that tiger, would you? Not when you can throw that far.
And a little bit of shade offered for the throwers, for it can be a long competition. Not as hot as previous days. There's a bit of cloud around, but still very humid. And if there's shade to be had, they'll take it. Tang Hongxia, the other of the Chinese throwers from Deng Tai. Something of a veteran at 45. And getting it out towards 35. She was runner-up in Rio with a 35.01. Well, with a PB of just under 40 metres. .33.46, so she's got some room to move there, considering her career best. Restrepo Munoz of Colombia. 5th in Rio. Great extension as she releases. Assistant comes in to take a clear of the throwing area, and another interesting mask.
I think there's some good sense of humour amongst these athletes in this category. I wonder if they spoke to each other beforehand and compared what designs they might be sporting in this final.
Back to the track.
Men's 200 metres T51. We'll see the battle commence between two athletes who have always been up against each other. Tony Pispinen, who holds the world record that he set in the European Championships, taking gold early this year, and Peter Hennen of Belgium.
T51 explained on the scoreboard.
This is a wheelchair category for a leg length difference, impaired muscle power or impaired passive range of movement. This is the
Ernesto Fonseca.
most impaired of the wheelchair categories. Mohamed Barahal, who was bronze in 2019 at the World Championships.
Mohamed Barahal. Lane 3, 5th at the World Championships for Belgium. Roger Hatch.
Belgium's Roger Habsch, 42 years of age, still going strong, was 5th at the Worlds 2 years ago. Mestra, 54 years of age. Also going strong, bronze at the Europeans earlier this year. Navarro Sanchez of Mexico was the gold medalist back in 2004 in Athens. Finland's Toni Pispinen, who holds that world record. He won gold back in 2012. 44 years of age, Peter Jennen of Belgium, gold in the 1 and 400 in 2016. So a field of 7 to go. Third track final of the morning. And if the first two are anything to go by, this should be an absolute cracker. Toni Pispinen, Edgar Navarro Sanchez, well, the youngest to go in this one is Ernesto Fonseca, who's 39. The eldest, Hilda Mestra, who's 54. So age shall not worry these athletes. Pispinen, well, he only set that world record in August, earlier this month. So 23 days ago, that man there set the world record. You could say he's tapering off very well. So Fonseca, you see there, will go at his first Paralympic Games in 2. Apsh in 3, Navarro Sanchez in 4, Jennen in 5, Pispinen in 6, Mestra in 7, and Berahal of Algeria in 8. And they get away, and as you can see in this category, it does take a little bit of time for some of them to actually really get their spring on and get moving as best as they can. It is Toni Pispinen on the outside there in the black helmet, who's moving along really strongly, and Navarro Sanchez on the inside of him has now taken over the lead, but it is Pispinen who's fighting back on the outside, and the man from Finland is going to go across the line, and we'll look at the time that he has, 36.81. It's a new Paralympic record for him. It's Navarro Sanchez who takes the silver. Well, Pispinen looked really good going around the 100-metre mark, and he was just being caught slightly by Navarro Sanchez, but he struck back again. Roger Habsch has picked up the bronze medal. Always a battle between Pispinen and his long-term rival, Peter Jennen.
Well, it was a good start by Robert Habsch on the inside, and he came out of that bend really in contention. It was easy to get the focus there on Pispinen at the top of your picture, but if you look at the inside, Habsch coming through. Peter Jennen looking like he had the advantage though as they came into the home straight, and there Pispinen getting into his rhythm, getting the line straight and just head down those final few strokes. It was pretty close, but he cruised over the line to take the lead. But a great performance for Belgium, getting second and third in this final.
That's Finland's first gold medal at these games. Pispinen, who suffered a karate accident injury back in 1993 at the National Championships. He's taken gold for Finland. Paralympic record as well. He set the world record earlier this month. He has both now. Toni Pispinen of Finland. Roger Habsches, 42 years of age, has picked up a bronze medal at the Paralympic Games. But that man there, Pispinen, who took silver at the Europeans earlier in the year, has changed that around to a gold medal. He's been working on his starts this year, Toni Pispinen, over the last 18 months, and that's really where he came to the fore. He won the 100 metres at the European Championships, and he took the silver in the 2, but you just saw him get away, and he got too far in front of his long-term rival, Peter Jenan. And he picks up the victory, and you can see what it means for Toni Pispinen of Finland. So used to getting silver in this event. This time, he's picked up gold. So Pispinen takes it in a Paralympic record. It's Belgium in second and third, with Jenan and Habs, and Berhal comes home in fourth.
Back to the discus. And Legnante of Italy. Not lacking for effort, that's for sure. Legnante, one of the medal contenders. Won the 2019 World Championships with 37.89, which is a personal best coming in. But not anymore, 39.53. She's beaten it by nearly 2 meters. What a throw. Estrepa Munoz of Colombia. PB of 36.14, so she's not able to replicate Legnante's effort with a new PB. Right-handed throwers have to pull the left shoulder out of the way. It's as much as about what the left shoulder does as the right arm.
Well, timing it as well, and just knowing and trusting the size of the ring, making sure, I mean, it's hard enough to stay in the ring when you've got that visual aid as well, but without it, it's just another level of skill.
Now Zhang, reigning world record holder and Paralympic record holder.
Look at that great balance just at the end there, managing to stay inside the ring.
And stay inside the sector, which is always a challenge for the F11 throwers. That one's good. Been waiting for Zhang to make a statement in this competition. One of the favourites. And 40.83, and that is a new world record. She's beaten her old mark by 41 centimetres. What an effort. Take you back to the long jump, and we had a 7.46 from Sol Cervantes to open up the competition. Just 18, remember. Goodness, he's got some speed on the runway. He's still leading after that first jump, which maybe intimidated the rest of the field. We didn't know much about him coming in. Has no season form to tell you about.
imagine the rest of the field won't know much about him either, with so few events at such a young age. Before competition stopped a couple of years ago, you'd have just been 16. So
7:37. He added 69 centimetres to his previous career best, but it's a young career at this stage. Now, Wang Hao opened up with a 7 meters 16. "26-year-old hits the board nicely."
he's still veering off to the left. We saw earlier really landing in that direction, and
heart in the mouth stuff when he veers to the left towards the edge of the pit. That could be a disastrous outcome if he misses the pit.
just adjusting his stride again at the end, and maybe that's interfering with the direction he's taking. Well, moving his body safely into the middle of the pit, though.
And 7:18, so minor improvement there for Wang. Here's our friend, Roderick Townsend.
How's he going to respond to that pressure set down by Sol Cervantes?
He was well short of the board with his first attempt. He's got more to give, Townsend. That's a better position on the board for sure, and it's a fair one.
Just looks like he skips down the runway, doesn't he, and flies through the air. It looks very easy for Townsend. Rangy athlete. Just full of spring. You can tell there's high jump pedigree from the Paralympic champion in that event, and he's really transferring that well to the long jump.
7:36, so he's starting to wind it up.
First heat of 3 in the women's 100 meters T13, the least of the visual impairment categories. Leah Adzimatova of Ukraine, who holds the world and Paralympic record, set at the same time in Rio in 2016. She'll go in the second heat. Six to go in this one. Suarez da Silva of Brazil. Talbot of the USA, the 20-year-old at her first majors, goes in 4. Valieva, 19 years of age, her first major championship, a best of 12.04 that she set earlier this year. Johanna Pretorius, who was 8th back in London 2012. She was bronze at the last Worlds. Sasaki Mana, first time in the 100 meters at a major championship for the Japanese. And Carvo goes in the outside. So Valieva, the best time in the field. .12.04. We'll be desperate to get under that 12-second mark. First two will automatically qualify to the final. Then it will be the next two fastest across the 3 heats. Suarez da Silva in 3, Talbot in 4, Valieva in 5, Pretorius in 6, Sasaki in 7, and Calvo in 8. And jumping away really well indeed was Valieva, the 19-year-old. She looked really strong. Suarez da Silva on the inside, but it is Valieva who's going to take it. Suarez da Silva in second. 12.09 is the time. And it is the South African Johanna Pretorius who comes in third position, who'll be hoping to go through as a fastest qualifier. But Valieva of Ukraine looked really strong. She got out to a solid start, held a form through the first 30 meters or so, and then just stretched ahead. And 12.09 is the time. So she's only 0.05 of a second outside of that lifetime best she set earlier this year.
We've said it's a fast track, haven't we? And it was a strong start from the top 3 Not until the second half did it really develop. Perez da Silva looking as though she had more of a shot, but then this woman came through, Valieva, leaving the two in green in her wake. But it will be a slightly nervous waiting game for Johanna Pretorius. So close, but she has just been given third. And she'll be hoping that is one of the next two fastest times after the following two heats.
Well, Pretorius equaled her lifetime best in that 12:41, so only 200ths of a second outside of Suarez da Silva. She will be hoping she can go through, so we'll see what happens over the next couple, but definitely through. Valieva of Azerbaijan and Suarez da Silva of Brazil.
Swing back to the long jump and pick up Matjasevic of Serbia. Missed out on his first attempt. Personal best of 6:88. Well, I think he's done something about that right there. Fair jump. Yeah, he's pleased with it. He knows that was out there.
Well, we've seen 6 of the 8 athletes jump over 7 meters. Could Matjasevic have got close to that? And he has. He's just broken the 7-meter barrier. Significant mark in an athlete's career. And what a time to do it.
Yeah, so that's a significant improvement now. Dallas-wise, started with a 7:10, missed out with the second attempt. Oh, that's out over 7 again.
Well, he knows he's got more in him. 7:33, his personal best, which he actually recorded this year. So we'll know that he's in good form. That looks like a good placement on the board. Safe, but not wasting too much distance.
.7:21. So a few of these jumpers starting to put some pressure on our leader, Sol Cervantes, who opened the competition up with an incredible 7:46. And here he is. Set a new Paralympic record with that first jump. Landed a little awkwardly.
It didn't look as smooth as the first jump, did it? And maybe now he could be getting into that trap of just trying a little too hard. You know, he knows he's in good form and he performed such a wonderful jump in that opener. And it's tough when you start to think, right, well, you know, what can I really do? I know in training I've recorded, you know, X results, and here's my chance to really put a mark down and maybe even start to challenge the world record. Currently sitting just 11 centimeters off that.
Well, we know he's from Cuba, but in a sense he's the man from nowhere. We don't know too much about him, but he's obviously been training extremely well and really just breaking into senior ranks. Wang Hao. Well, he runs down the left side of the runway and ends up in the left side of the pit. And
well, it doesn't seem to bother him, does it? I mean, that's the third jump we've seen, and I think he's gradually looking a little smoother each time, and he seems rather delighted with that performance. I mean, the timing's all good. He's landing, getting his feet through his legs and hips, coming through at the end in time. And obviously the slight change in balance of having one shorter arm will make a slight difference as he flies through the air. Didn't actually better the previous jump, but from the reaction, maybe he'd gone through a better process.
Roderick Townsend. T47 athletes have an arm impairment, limb deficiency, or impaired muscle power, or impaired range of movement. It's short on the board there. In Townsend's case, he's actually got significant nerve damage down his right shoulder and arm and up the side of the neck. That happened at birth.
It's just the way he sort of springs down, and even the way he lands. He lands with spring, and he's straight up out of the sand again. Look at that. He's just one big coil that can just bounce around. I mean,
there's a lot of strength in there at 7:17, so his second is still his best.
Second heat in the women's 100 metres T13, at least of the visual impairment categories. This one sees Adzmatova of Ukraine going, who's the world and Paralympic record holder and the reigning world and Paralympic champion as well. Although Kim Crosby in lane 3 has a new lifetime best this year of 12.06. So expect big things from her possibly. It's the first two that will go through, and she has the fastest time in the field this year. There is Adzmatova, who took gold in 2016. She's also the double world champion in 2017 and 19 as well, from Ukraine. Simran of India and Engelhardt of Germany will go in 6 and 7 respectively. And Mozambique's Gaverno, who was a semi-finalist in 2016, the first athlete from Mozambique to win a medal in any sport when she took T12 bronze in the 400 metres at those games, will go out in lane 8. But there's the defending champion, Adzmatova of Ukraine. Crosby in 3, Inevskaya of Azerbaijan in 4, Adzmatova in 5, Simran in 6, Engelhardt in 7, and Gaverno in lane 8. Well, she didn't get away to the best start, Adzmatova. It was Crosby who really flew out of the blocks, and she's looking magnificent. Adzmatova's in a bit of trouble here if she doesn't pick it up. On the outside, it's Engelhardt. Engelhardt is going to get there. As she knows, it's Adzmatova who gets it, but it's Crosby out in front who takes the win. So Crosby and Adzmatova will go through to the final. But the Ukrainian had some work to do. She didn't get off to a great start, but it's Kim Crosby, whose husband Eric Hightower also represented USA at the Paralympics. So it runs in the family. They know what it's about when it comes to performing. And a time there of 12.09. So she's
well, it's just 1/100th of a second slower than her personal best she set this year, and you can tell she's in form. She absolutely powered out of the blocks, did Kim Crosby, and just continuing that momentum. And it was a late surge coming through by Izniakea.
Well, Adzmatova had some work to do. Crosby out in front, looked really strong. Got away to a fantastic start to Kim Crosby. She's had the best time in the field this year, and she looks, on that performance, depending on what happens in the third heat, she may have favouritism. 12.07 her time. Puts her top of the pile at the moment, and Adzmatova goes through as well. 12.38 for the defending champion. Inevskaya, a lifetime best in 12.41. At this stage, we'll go through.
Got the women's discus F11 well and truly underway. Restrepo Munoz of Colombia has been hanging around a medal position.
Top 3 medal positions in action in discus F11. This is tricky for Kofikov because at the moment he's on 2 fouls.
Been admiring the masks that the competitors have in this competition. But now let's admire the throw of Restrepo Munoz. just missed a medal in Rio. Just missed a medal at the World Championships. 34.85 remains her best. Now our leader, Zhang Liangmin, at 40.83. Constitutes a new world record. Keeps it in the sector, just.
Well, interesting to see it fly off to the left. It usually goes on the same side of the sector, but last throw we'd witnessed was off to the right. But she does do the 2 full swings, which we're not seeing from all of the athletes in this T11 final. They're really committing.
Well, considering the full vision impairment, to be able to direct it into that sector accurately is a real skill.
And opting for those 2 spins. I mean, even with your eyes, you know, ability of vision to do 2 spins and then be able to throw an object that far is a skill, a huge skill. And no wonder she's using that to her advantage.
Back at the long jump. Kochikov put himself under enormous pressure because he failed with his first 2. But now he's well and truly in the competition. Now he's got it right. Now it's coming together. Of course, if he'd had 3 fouls, he wouldn't have progressed to the second half of the competition, but he did enough with his third to move on.
He had been sitting just 1 centimetre behind in 4th, so we'll see if that jump is enough to move him into the medals. It was Dallas Wise with a 7.21 that's been in that 3rd position for the last couple of jumps.
And 7.20.
Oh, he's just off the medals at the moment, 1 centimetre in it. Still 2 jumps remaining though.
Now 1. Oh, that was a really short last step.
Well, we can just see the flag. Not sure if he... Oh, he did manage to shorten it in time, but I think he might have paid for it in the flight. Yeah, a lot of correction.
Yes.
I mean, it's still an impressive jump considering he had to shorten that final, or the final couple of strides as much as he did.
It was quite dramatic, wasn't it? And there's a loss of momentum that comes with that. So good technique under the circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, if he can do a 7.14 with that, if he can get his stride right, we could see a sudden increase in his performance.
Townsend now.
Well, that second jump's put him into 2nd place, and I'm not sure he was expecting or even knew himself of Sol Cervantes. Because right now, even Townsend's personal best would not be enough. He's got to jump further than he's ever jumped before.
He's so quickly up and out of the landing.
Yeah, sadly, no points added for that.
No. So the visor on, back to front, the hair a certain colour. What would you describe that as, Heather? You'd be better at colours than me.
Aqua.
All right. His wife, Tanita, is a very good non-disabled high jumper. 7.19. Actually, 8th at the World Championships. Cross at the discus. Restrepo Munoz once more. So she's looking to get it out towards 36 metres. .36.14 her PB. She's pretty happy with it. That's confirming her in the bronze medal position with a couple of throws to come from others. Kochikov. Very fine 7:20 with his last attempt. Sets off. 7:46 to beat. He's pretty pleased with it. Sol Cervantes of Cuba probably still safe. Kochikov trying to force his way into the top three.
Well, he was just 1 centimetre shy of that third place position in his previous effort. Can he continue to improve on that? Some celebrations. But the coach is still wanting to get more out of him. She knows that there is more there. It's not going to be anything new at the moment. It's just going to be reiterating that technique he should have dialed. 7:30, no wonder he was celebrating.
So he's twice beaten his career best. Kochikov putting it together in the long jump.
Back to the track and the final heat in the women's 100 metres T13, least of the visual impairment category. Adriato Iglesias Fornero, the only athlete in this field to have run under 12 seconds, will go in lane 5. Kim Kirchhoff, the 20-year-old who started this year from the United States of America. Chebanu, who took silver in 2016. Behind Atsimatova in Rio. She'll go from 4. Iglesias Fornero, the European champion over 100 metres and 400 metres, 11.83. Her lifetime best set this year. Paula Comerford from Ireland, who was bronze in the 2018 Europeans. Peace Orima, the 25-year-old, her first major championships in 7 and out wide. It's Olia of Indonesia in lane 8, the Asian Paralympic Games champion from 2018. But those two are the ones to look out for. Chebanu on the right, Iglesias Fornero of Spain in lane 5. And 2 to go through. And now we'll be looking at the next fastest. At the moment, it's Inevskaya of Azerbaijan who sits in that position best off at 12:41. So all will be revealed after this as to what our final will be. Kirchhoff in 3, Chebanu in 4, Iglesias Fornero in 5, Comerford in 6, Orima in 7, and Ulia in 8 as they've been asked to stand up. Well, they have been waiting for a while to get into the starting blocks for the surrounding field events to just wind up. So it's a case of resetting and refocusing their attentions. Well, the question is here is, were they asked to stand up before Chebanu moved? For her sake, she'll be hoping so. She looks a little nervous. Well, it's Orima who's been spoken to. Perhaps there was a slight bit of movement. So the green card has been shown. They're all safe. There is the European champion. She was silver at the last World Championships in Dubai. Aiming to become Paralympic champion. So we reset and we go again. Iglesias Fornero go in 5. Kirchhoff in 3. Chebanu in 4. Comerford in 6. Orima in 7. And Ulia in 8. No problems at all, and it is Chebanu who gets away quickest, along with Iglesias Fornero, and looking good on the outside as earlier, but it is Chebanu who's in front of Iglesias Fornero. Chebanu is going to take it. Iglesias Fornero in second position, and out wide it's the Indonesian Olia in third. But Chebanu, she looks strong, and she ran a wonderful time, 12.16. It's a lifetime best for her for the year. We'll wait for that to be ratified, but it looks good. It is a lifetime best of 12.16 for the Azerbaijan athlete Elena Chebanu. Iglesias Fornero in second position. There was never really much doubt once they got away in that opening 15 meters. Chebanu's start was really good. It was powerful, and Iglesias Fornero then went through from there to take second.
Such a fast stride cadence, the speed her legs moving around Chebanu compared to the longer striding Iglesias Fornero next to her. And Fornero maybe just needing another 10 meters or so to make the most of that strong and powerful stride. But Chebanu quick out of the blocks and really put the pressure on the Spanish athlete next to her.
Well, confirmation of the result. Chebanu in a lifetime best. Iglesias Fornero is the other qualifier. Lifetime best down at the bottom for the Ugandan Peace Oroma as well. So how does that look for the final? Well, Crosby was the fastest, 12.07. Going through is the lucky losers, Pretorius and Ianevskaya of Azerbaijan.
Men's shot put F36, one of our field events today. Vladimir Sviridov is the world record holder of 16 meters 32. He'll be taking part. Just a small field of 6 today. Will he dominate it? He's got opponents from Tunisia, Germany, the RPC, Kazakhstan and Mexico. Introduce them, and Yassini Guenici of Tunisia. He's 26 years of age. Has had a second place at World Championships and a best of 14.74. Sviridov. That 16.32 world record he set just a couple of years ago in Dubai. Dietz, 36 years of age, out of Hull-Horst, and the winner in Rio, and won the discus in London. Kakoiti, third at the 2019 Worlds, and won this year's European Championships. Makashpakov, 31 years of age, 9th at the Worlds, and a best of 14.50. Ruiz Castro says he was no good at running or jumping, so shot put was perfect. And let's see if he can perfect it today. Still got the discus and Assunta Legnante, who's been sitting in second for a while, had a few fouls. So she's got 40.83 to beat. Some of these throwers save their best till last, some put it out early. Legnante. Four-time shot put world champion, and here in discus doing a great job as well with a 40.25, and that's a significant personal best. And now victory ceremony for the women's discus F53. This was an event from previous session. field of 9 commenced competition in this. And it was a very emotional finish. I think it might be an emotional presentation as well. It was won eventually by Elizabeth Rodrigues Gomez of Brazil. She knew she'd won it before her last throw. And she was actually in tears before she even made her last throw. And then she threw a world record. Charged with emotion.
Accompanied by Tokyo 2020 Executive Director.
Other medalists, Iana Lebedieva and Zoe Ovsi, both of Ukraine.
Bronze medalist representing Ukraine. Zoya Ovsi.
27-year-old from Dnipro. Also does dance sport. Third at the 2017 World Championships. Was third in Rio and is third again. Giving the medal the once over, and now the Somaiti mascot and flower arrangement. Obviously with the best of 14:37 to wrap up the bronze medal last evening.
Representing Ukraine.
37-year-old from Kherson, Iana Lebedieva. Posted a Paralympic record of 15:48. Was looking good for gold for a while. And then she had her world record of 16:26 taken away from her. But no one can take the silver away from Lebedieva of Ukraine.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Brazil. Elizabeth Rodrigues Gomez.
Well, she broke the world record with her second attempt, fouled twice, broke it again, and short of the gold, she broke it a third time with a final throw of 17:62. Not really a surprise. She's the 2019 world champion. Former wheelchair basketball player. Did that sport in Beijing in 08. Now gold medalist in discus.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Brazil.
皆様、ブラジル国歌の演奏です。
Well, perhaps some family and friends and officials who've helped her on this journey. Elizabeth Rodriguez Gomez, 56 years of age and a Paralympic champion. Alongside Iana Lebedieva and Zoya Ossi. You know, at some stage you have to think about retirement, but if you're breaking records and winning gold medals, it might be hard to pull that pin. All right, we've got an exciting men's long jump. To work out here. And we've got our jumpers getting out past 7 meters on a regular basis now. And Wise, silver medalist in the high jump, is trying to get himself in the medals once more. Actually shared second place in the high jump, a rare joint silver medal, as the jumpers couldn't be split even on countback. And a 7:30 for Dallas Wise.
Men's 1500 meters T13 victory ceremony from earlier in this session. And what a race it was. RPC athlete Anton Kuliatin with the victory. Holding off Jababli of Tunisia and Jared Clifford of Australia.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は山脇康
Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee.
国際パラリンピック委員会理事
A race that also
続きまして
saw Abdulatif Barker, the Paralympic champion from 2016, going into it, and the world record and Paralympic record holder at T13 category. Wasn't to be his day though.
Bronze medalist representing Australia.
It was Jared Clifford who picked up the bronze medal, added to his silver in the 5,000 meters earlier in these games. .354.69 was the time that Clifford came home in. His lifetime best is 13 seconds more than that, but it was oppressive conditions as it has been throughout here in the Tokyo National Stadium. But it's been some performance from Clifford so far. 2 medals for him, helping lift Australia up the medal count.
Silver medalist representing Tunisia.
銀メダリストチュニジア
Rouet Jababli.
Rouet Jababli of Tunisia, he was 8th at the World Championships back in 2019. He's come to these Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games and he's run a lifetime best. Knocked about a second off his best mark. There's those wonderful medals that are being presented to the athletes, along with the mascot and the bouquet. Wonderful keepsakes, those fantastic medals with the indentations and the braille on them.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, RPC athletes.
But the RPC have taken another gold. Anton Kuliatin, the European champion. Silver a couple of years ago in the World Championships. He's now the Paralympic champion. 3:54.04 the time. And he always looked good. He was in the top 3 all the way throughout. Ran it tactically, ran it smart, and took the gold medal. Wonderful performance. And RPC pick up the gold medal.
Of RPC. 皆様 RPC 参加の演奏です。
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
It's a wonderful piece of music, that. Tchaikovsky's first piano concerto. The RPC anthem for the Tokyo 2020 Summer Paralympic Games. A 21st gold medal for the RPC. They're in 3rd position on the medal tally, behind the People's Republic of China and Great Britain in 1st and 2nd respectively. But it was a race he deserved to win. Kuliatin, he looked strong throughout.
Women's discus, and Zhang Liang Min, who set a new world record during the competition. And the only person to advance it beyond 40 meters 50 today, Zhang. Her world record had stood for 10 years after the Christchurch World Championships 2011. Possibly unusual to have the same person set a world record 10 years apart when it was theirs to start with. And a 39.79 to finish, and confirmed as our winner of the F11 discus. China continuing to pick up the medals. Tang Hongxia, 2 Chinese athletes in this final, but Tang has just missed out Lignante coming over to congratulate her, the runner-up today. Setting an area record. And Restrepo Munoz finishing third. And there it is, the photo that must be taken, it seems, when you break a world record, as she did today. Zhang Liangmin, 40.83, broke her world record by 41 centimetres, and a PB for Lignante in silver. Restrepo Munoz of Colombia, 36.11 and bronze. Of course, we've also had a tight competition in the men's long jump, even though it started out looking like Sol Cervantes might have it on his own. A 7.46 monstrous first jump. Now Townsend, winner in Rio, needs to pull out a mighty jump to get past the Cuban. Townsend. Again, he just shortened up with his last stride or two. It's a good jump, out past 7 meters.
He's been consistent, hasn't he? I mean, season's best coming into this was 7 meters, and he has bettered that on every single jump. So coming into form at the right time of year. 7:41 though, his personal best, and he'll need to better that if he's going to get to the top step of this podium.
And a 7:35 with his fifth. Sol Cervantes, the 18-year-old who came in with no identifiable form.
Well, interestingly, he's opted to have a rest. Maybe he just wanted to sort of regroup and pause. It's been going in the wrong direction. I mean, not poor jumps by any means, but not able to replicate that opener.
Well, it's a once in a young lifetime jump. 7.46 he had in the first round. Set a new Paralympic record. World record holder Arnaud Assoumani of France really didn't feature today. He was lucky to get into the last 8. In fact, he was... Looks like he's going to finish 8th, but Sol Cervantes, different story for this young man. Kochikov. Last jump sitting just out of the medals. Needs to find something over 7:30. And he might have too. He thinks he has. Kochikov waiting, hoping.
Well, he took a little while to get into this competition, struggling to get a white flag for the first 2, and then only getting over 7 meters on his 4th attempt.
Personal best of 7:12. He's broken that today. And 7:34 into 3rd place by 4 centimeters. Townsend, final attempt. 7:46 to beat. Needs a PB. Oh, it's in the area. He's hopeful. Sol Cervantes sitting on 7:46 and the lead. Townsend with a PB of 7:41 coming in.
Well, he was the Paralympic record holder with that 7:41. He's seen that taken away, has he, on the final jump? Retained that record.
Well, he's not strutting around like he's won it, but 7:43 has put him in a strong silver medal position and just 3 centimetres behind Sol Cervantes.
Final of the men's 400 metres T13 is next up on the track. Coordination impairment category that sees the world record holder and the Paralympic record holders James Turner and Evgeny Shvetsov both going in it. Turner will go in lane 3, Shvetsov in lane 6 of the RPC. Well, if you want a guide to how this may go, lifetime best 51.71 for that man James Turner. Quite some distance ahead of the next best. But it is a final, and that man will have his say, no doubt. Took gold in 2012 in the 100, 400 and 800, and a 3-time European champion. Turner won the 800 in 2016. At the Worlds in 2017, he did the 200, 400 and 800 treble for golds. And he's the current world champion in this. The man from Western Sydney up against the RPC athlete Shvetsov. Seven to go in it. After 2016, James Turner, he had to reset and refocus ahead of 2017. This man here, loads of experience. Gold medalist twice in 2013 in Lyon and 2015 in Doha. He's out in lane 6. Japan also have representation. Matsumoto Takaru, his first major championships for the 20-year-old, will go from lane 8 for the host nation. Always a tough lane to go from in the 400 metres to try and work out what the tactics will be. Buzarine of Algeria, he was 7th in Rio 5 years ago, and he'll go aptly from lane 7 here. Shvetsov, the double world champion, triple European champion, and also won gold in 2012 in this, the 100 and the 800. Krzysztof Szuska just missing out on a medal in Rio, finishing in 4th position. He won silver at the Worlds in 2017. Will go in lane 5. William Stedman of New Zealand, bronze in 2016 and bronze in 2019 at the most recent World Championships as well. So a medal hope for New Zealand. James Turner won gold in the 800 metres in 2016 there, but he's the current world champion at this event in the 400 metres. And Chavez of Argentina, 19 years of age. He's the Pan American Games gold medalist from 19. We'll go in lane 2. So Chavez in 2, Turner in 3 on your screen now. Stedman will go from 4, Szuska in 5. Shvetsov of the RPC will go in lane 6. Buzarine in 7, and Matsumoto of Japan in lane 8. Final of the men's 400 metres T36 coordination impairment category. Solid start enough by Turner and Shvetsov out in lane 6 is already up, and he's already passed Buzarine and Matsumoto, and Turner is blasting around down that back straight to try and make up the difference between himself and Shvetsov. So it's Shvetsov out in front. In the gold and green shorts, it is James Turner of Australia, who as they line up with 200 metres to go. Now, this in coordination impairment category, sometimes they can tighten up as they come into the home straight. So we'll just wait and see what happens. But James Turner is looking extremely strong there in lane 3, the Australian. Shvetsov, a few lanes further out, is currently in second position. And James Turner has to come down with around 50 metres to go. There's about a 7 or 8 metre gap between him and Shvetsov. Stedman, the New Zealander, coming through in third, but it's going to be James Turner just tightening up slightly. A new Paralympic record for the Australian as he goes across the line. 52.80 seconds, taking the Paralympic mark set back in 2012 in London by the man he beat into second position, Evgeny Shvetsov. William Stedman of New Zealand with the bronze medal yet again, finishing in third position, but it's a Paralympic record. 52.80 seconds for that man, James Turner. So he's added to the 800 gold he won in Rio. He's now won 400 metres gold, adding to the World Championships he won in 17 and 19 at that distance as well. Shvetsov, he ran a superb first 200 metres or so. Both he and Turner did start to tighten up. Shvetsov, a season best time. Stedman with a bronze medal again, as he did back in 2016 and also at the last World Championships. But it's the green and gold of Australia who pick up another gold medal through James Turner. Outstanding at major championships. He has 5 World Championship golds. He now has 2 Paralympic golds and a Paralympic record to boot. 52.80 seconds for Turner.
Well, it was a strong start from the athlete, the RPC. On the outside, he wouldn't have had an idea of what Turner was doing, but Turner came off that bend in the lead. And you can see, though, the sheer lactic build-up as the muscles tighten in those final few meters. And the lead was decreasing for James Turner, but he will not have cared. He was on the way to becoming Paralympic champion with a new Paralympic record. A second off his own world record, but in these conditions he will not have been worried about records. It will have been the title that was set in his sights.
Well, he's coached by Irina Divaskina, as many of the Australian athletes are. His hero is Evan O'Hanlon, who took a bronze in the T38 category. William Stedman, he's exhausted after that 400 metres. It has to be one of the most brutal races, the 400 metres. And this man here, after he switched to para-athletics from para-football for Australia, he won World Championships in 2015 and 17. And also he's won in 19 as well. He's quite some athlete, James Turner. After 2016, he struggled somewhat after breaking the world record in the 800 metres. But he's the champion in the Paralympics again, this time in the 400.
Now, our leader in the long jump. Sol Cervantes, the 18-year-old from Cuba, who jumped to a new Paralympic record with his first leap of 7:46. And that's a foul for his last attempt. And fortunately for him, it doesn't matter. His first jump was 3 centimetres better than Rod Townsend's last jump of 7:43. So one of our younger winners in the track and field program here in Tokyo. And if the more experienced jumpers in the field didn't know about him before, they certainly do now. 7:46. His previous known personal best was 6:77. He was probably clearing 7 in training. Kochikov, the bronze, and Rod Townsend, the silver. He's giving away a lot of height to his 2 main opponents, isn't he? Not much of him. Perhaps he's still growing at 18, and he's turning into a real star of long jump.
I think we saw the character emerge as we went through the event, just not able to better that opening jump, but he didn't need to.
Townsend gave it a good shake with his last, a 7:43 and a personal best to get within 3 centimetres. Kochikov just getting the bronze medal ahead of America's Dallas Wise. A couple of PBs at the bottom there from Sierra Leone and Afghanistan. And the women's javelin, it's been underway for a while. There are the pre-existing record holders, Diana Tadzite of Latvia, who's in this event. Have F56 and F55 throwers in this javelin. 9 in this final. As the days pass, it seems more and more people with accreditation are coming in. As Turner, the Australian, wraps up that gold medal 400 run. Absolutely agree. It's a horrible race. It just takes everything out of you. I was never good at it, but I tried it. I can testify. Anyone who has will tell you how difficult it is.
Yeah, you'd kind of hope that that's not going to be your event, wouldn't you, if you are a track and field athlete?
It's still pretty humid, even if it's not as hot as yesterday. It's an energy-sapping day. And we've got in shot put action as well in the F36. And now Mexican competitor is Ruiz Castro. And he's got a personal best of 14.68, and he's got it past 14 metres. So this could be a good throw from him. A good drive across the circle and out past the 14. And 14.42. Just short of a PB for him. Now, Gonichi of Tunisia. 14.74 is his personal best. He achieved that at the 2019 World Championships, where he took the silver medal. And 14.12 after a 14.03. Moving in a positive way. Sviridov, the world record holder. 16.32 is that world record mark. So it's 15 and change, I'd say. That one from Sviridov. Could dominate this competition if he keeps this level up. So as well as being a good shot putter with 15.60 there, that's a Paralympic record, but still inside his world record. Long jump success in London. Now, women's javelin, There's the start list for you. Patience Johnson will lead them off. Tigyan Moavi, Islamic Republic of Iran. Personal best of 22.67. .35-year-old. She was 4th in Rio, 2nd at the World Championships 2 years ago. That's a world record of 24.50. Can't get the bottle open now. She's too excited. What a throw.
Look at that emotion. I think you need to wait for your water. Yeah, just enjoy the celebration for a moment, because that is worth celebrating. I mean, a personal best 22.67 coming in, and she's just bettered that by almost 2 meters to break that world record that has stood since 2008.
Yes, Martina Welling of Germany.
Well, that's James Turner talking of records. Paralympic record for Turner, 52.80. Shvetsov, 53.60. And Steadman, the bronze for New Zealand again, as he did in 2016, in 3rd place. Women's 400 metres T12, the medium visual impairment category. The final, it'll see 4 go in it. One of those will be Amara Durand, who's the world record and Paralympic record holder, set in Rio 5 years ago. Durand will go in lane 5. She won gold in 2012 and 2016 in this event. Season best in a heat. In fact, all these runners set either season best or lifetime best in the heat. That tells you something about how good this track is. There's certainly been plenty of records, and we may well see another one in this. The Queen of Speed, as she's known as. 11 World Championship golds. She won this event in 12 and 16. And she also won the 200 metres in 2016 as well. She'll have some competition. She wasn't fantastic in her qualifying race to come through into the final, but she was certainly better than everyone else. She's a wonderful running stride, does Amara Durand. Peterchik, who's been silver all those times that Durand has taken gold. She is the double European champion in 2014 and 18. The Ukrainian. Well, Perez Lopez, Venezuela, have had a fantastic Paralympic Games. She'll go out in 7, her 2nd major championship. Her sister, Linda Patricia Perez Lopez, goes in the women's 100 metres T11 final this evening. So what a day it could be for them and for Venezuela. So Durand will go in lane 5 with Junio Kindlen Vargas, her guide. Oksana Peterchik, silver in 2008, 2012 and 2016. Also silver at the 2011, 15 and 19 World Championships. And Villarreal Hernandez, the 2nd of the Venezuelans to go in this one, through as a fastest loser. She won bronze at the last World Championships in 2019, a season best in her heat. Well, Cuba just took their first gold a short time ago in the T47 long jump through Sol Cervantes. Could they make it 2 within the space of 10 minutes or so? Duran will go in lane 5. Perez Lopez of Venezuela will go out wider in 7. Peterchuk in 3. And Villarreal Hernandez of Venezuela in lane 1. And they're away at the first time of asking. No issues there, as there sometimes is in the T11s. And it is Amara Duran who has raced up on the outside of Alejandra Paula Perez Lopez. And Duran is looking really strong. To the right of your screen there is Peterchuk, who's in 3rd place. She'll be hoping to pull back some space as she comes around the final 200 metres, but looking really strong out in front is Amara Duran. She just slows somewhat, coming around with 150 metres to go. So Oksana Peterchuk can see Duran in front of her. She's going to have some work to do if she wants to pick her up and come up with that long-awaited gold medal. But at this stage, it's Cuba out in front through Amara Duran. It's Ukraine in 2nd place, about 20 metres back through Peterchuk. But it is going to be Amara Duran who's going to take it. We'll just watch the time as she goes across 52.58. Peterchuk takes the silver. And out wide, it is Perez Lopez of Venezuela with the bronze. Yet another gold medal for that lady there, Amara Duran. She claims the title for the 3rd successive Paralympic Games. Her 6th Paralympic gold medal. Well, tears all round because Perez Lopez has picked up a bronze for Venezuela. But there's the lady who's done it, Amara Duran. So Cuba have picked up a couple of gold medals in the space of around 10 or 12 minutes. How things turn. Duran does it again, 52.58. The great Cuban, there are certainties in life, death, taxes, and Amara Duran winning gold medals.
Well, Cuba certainly with something to celebrate. What a morning session on the track and the field. And great that Amara Duran has some support here to celebrate with. Getting used to this. She doesn't show any sign of letting up. Look at the huge margin of that victory. Not able to close in on her own Paralympic record this time, but she did more than enough. And Peterchuk was showing a lot of emotion at the finish as she wins another silver medal for Ukraine. It was a well-paced race though by Perez Lopez in that outside lane and had Duran on her shoulder so quickly. It's hard then sometimes to keep your cool and your form. She came through to win the bronze, but it's all about this woman, 3-time Paralympic champion, Amara Duran.
Well, the 400 metres is such a difficult race. You have to break it down into 100-metre sections almost. Some go out quick, some go out a bit slower. But Duran just seems to have a very solid pace the whole way through.
Well, that's the thing, when you're so dominant in an event, you know that you're going to have to run your own race anyway. And you're racing, yes, your competitors, but also against the clock. And having the advantage of working closely with a guide means they can really hone that pacing to perfection.
52.58, Amara Duran makes it 3 successive goals in the women's 400 metres T12. Peterchuk again with the silver, and Perez Lopez of Venezuela picks up the bronze.
That's Zite, 4th attempt for the Latvian. Just seen a world record throw from Motagian Moavi of Islamic Republic of Iran. 24-22. Has a PB of 27.07. Finished with the silver medal in the discus early in the competition. And back to some men's shot put action. The F36 and Sebastian Dietz. Nicely across the circle and out past 14. Dietz for the best of 15.28. Former world champion 2015 and 17, and there's a 14.53, so we'll be looking for more than that, because he can throw it further than that. Now Sviridov leading the competition after a 15.60. So he's got the field where he wants them at the moment. Leading it comfortably. He's pulled that well over to the left side of the sector. And a 15.46.
Well, here's one for you. The men's 1500 meters T54 final is next up on the track. Brent Lakatos is the world record holder, but he won't be in this one. Marcel Hug will be. Hug has already been victorious over 5,000 metres here at these championships. As says Daniel Romanchuk over the 400-metre distance. Very strong field, as has been the case throughout so many of the track finals here at these Paralympic Games. Hug started off proceedings earlier in these championships when he won the 5,000 metres with a heat time where he broke the Paralympic record. So that set the tone for the Swiss Silver Bullet, which he's affectionately known as. Romanchuk's had a good time as well. He was 5th in this one back in 2019. Just missed out in the medals in the 5,000 coming 4th, but he took a gold in the 400. Zhang Zhong, silver in 2019. He's been in both the 4 and the 5,000 as well. Konkrak, who was bronze over 5,000 metres and silver in the Asian Para Games in 2018 at this distance. Suzuki Tomoki, representing Japan, best of 7th in London 2017. Zhang Ying, his senior debut came the year after that in 2018. Turns 22 this year. This man here, Julian Castley, doesn't. He's a little bit older. Got in the 5,000. He was silver in this in 2018 in the Europeans. David Weir, a former winner at this in 2008 in Beijing and 2012 in London, also a double world champion at it. And Marcel Hug, in this event, he was a double world champion his best of bronze back in 2004 in Athens and bronze in Rio as well. Daniel Sibri disqualified in the 400 metres at the Euros earlier in the year. He's gone here already in the 400 and the 5,000. Romanchuk has taken gold already over 400 metres. And Prawat Waharam, silver to wear in 2008 and 12. He's the reigning Paralympic champion at this and also world champion. So the key in this one is to get away quick. Brent Lakatos failed to make the final. Marcel Hug is there, and it is Hug and Romanchuk who get away quick. Romanchuk always very fast to get away, and he's gone straight to the front, has Daniel Romanchuk. And these races are always very tactical, but Romanchuk has gone out really quickly straight away. So normally what happens in these type of races is they try and wait and be a bit cagey, but Romanchuk, who is exceptionally good over the longer distances, especially the marathon, has decided to go out, and when they go across the line with 3 laps remaining, Daniel Romanchuk will have Marcel Hug in second place, who's around 10 metres or 12 metres further back.
I think Marcel Hug has seen the threat of Romanchuk, and some of the athletes might, if he wasn't an athlete of such pedigree, let him go and let him work at the front and allow the pack to get back onto his wheel. But I think Hug is not going to risk that, and he'll soon be in that drafting distance to be able to take advantage. And there you can see Hug just taking a little pause. He's back on the wheel of Romanchuk, and he's just going to now say, right, well, we've caught you back up. Look at that. He's drafting, taking such advantage. He's like, you're not getting away that easily. I'm going to make sure of it. And I think the whole group are going to end up bunching back together. So that was a strong move by Romanchuk, but he might have burnt his matches a little too soon. He tried a tactic. It hasn't worked. It's going to be interesting to see what he's got left in the latter stages, because I think that might have been a bold move, but maybe one that won't pay off.
Well, Prawat Waharam, the defending world and Paralympic champion, is now in 3rd position, and Romanchuk still out in front, but Marcel Hug has just slightly moved to the outside. And you always must get concerned if you're the field, if Marcel Hug is going along in 2nd place and he's having a little look behind, because you know that he's feeling very good, he's feeling very fit, he's feeling very strong, and he feels like he's going to come up with something special. It took him until 2016, Marcel Hug, to win his first Paralympic gold medal. He started at the Paralympic Games back in 2004. He's currently in 2nd position at the moment as they go across and take the fell. So it's Romanchuk in 1st position, Marcel Hug in 2nd, and Prawat Waharam, the defending champion, is in there or thereabouts in 3rd position as well, as Hug just has a look towards the outside of Romanchuk and thinks, do you know what, I might well go in a minute. He's sitting a little bit wide, but he's taken the lead, has Marcel Hug, and also working around with Waharam is the Chinese athlete Zhang Zhong, who took silver in those 2019 World Championships. Marcel Hug is out in front as they come around with 100 metres to go. Waharam is in 2nd position. There's going to be a race on for silver and bronze, but Marcel Hug, he's 3 lengths out in front, and Marcel Hug is going to make it a double gold at these Paralympic Games. It's Hug who takes it, Waharam in 2nd, and what a race, a new world record from Marcel Hug. His 2nd gold of these Games. He's broken the mark set by Brent Lakatos in Knotville in 2017. Marcel Hug, a 2nd goal for him, and an outstanding performance. He just worked out what Romanchuk was doing after that first lap. He stuck in behind him after about 600 metres. And Waharam comes home to take the silver after being denied another gold medal. But that man there, Marcel Hug, what an athlete he is. Well, the field was spread straight away. Laughter from Konkrak. He realises how good everyone was, including that man there in front of him.
Well, we said when we watched the qualifiers that there was plenty more in the tank for Marcel Hug. He did cruise, I think, the final 10 metres in the qualifier, just drifting over the line. And here, he didn't leave anything to chance. It was Hug who just made the field come back onto the wheel of Romanchuk, who sadly couldn't hang in there. And there he just opened up the burners.
Just watch third place down the outside, Putharek Konkrak. Well, he's overtaken both Zhang and Romanchuk. Romanchuk was in the lead for most of the way. Konkrak has picked up the bronze medal, so it's a tie, silver and bronze, but it's a Swiss hit at number 1. Marcel Hug, he's been there once or twice before in both Worlds and the Paralympics. He's making it a more regular habit at the Paralympic Games. His first came back in 2016. He's got a second here at these games already. Marcel Hug of Switzerland with a new world record time, 2:49.55 seconds. Area record for Waharam, who loses that Paralympic title, and a lifetime best for Konkrak of Thailand, who picks up a bronze for him, a second of these games for the Thai after he took bronze in the 5,000 metres as well. But there's your champion, Marcel Hug of Switzerland.
Class act, and he would have had confidence coming into that. He didn't want to show us everything in the qualifiers. He's worked so hard over the last few Paralympic Games, working his way up through, and now just a dominant force in the men's T54 over so many distances.
Well, he won gold in 800 metres and the marathon at the 2016 Paralympic Games. The marathon's still to come, but he's got 2 gold medals already here. Marcel Hug, a world record in the men's 1500 metres T54. Waharam with a silver and Konkrak with a bronze.
Women's discus throw, F11 victory ceremony. Slightly cooler day today, but it was still a hot competition. Won in the end by the reigning world record holder, Zhang Liangmin, from Assunta Legnante of Italy and Yesenia Restrepo Munoz of Colombia.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Luca Pancari, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee. Accompanied by Tokyo 2020 General Coordination Officer.
Well, the 39-year-old Colombian, Restrepo Munoz, will be relieved to have got a medal here after a 5th place in Rio and a 4th at a recent World Championship. Came in with a personal best of 36.14. She nearly eclipsed that with her final attempt of 36.11, but she was well clear of 4th. The 39-year-old Colombian bronze medalist. These are for the most vision impaired athletes in the throwing of the discus. Restrepo Munoz.
Silver medalist representing Italy, Assunta Legnante.
Assunta Legnante threw a huge personal best at the end of the competition. Came in with a best of 37.89. She'd been chasing Zhang all day and threw 40.25 for an area record and ended up not too far behind the Chinese champion. Well, when you add a couple of meters to your previous career best, that's a good day. And it comes with a silver medal and our mascot so mighty. She was so delighted with that throw.
Medalist and Paralympic champion, representing People's Republic of China.
銀メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン中華人民共和国
Zhang's 35 from Shanghai. She won in London and Rio, was second in Beijing, so this is a third gold. She broke her own world record that had stood for 10 years, established at the Christchurch World Championships 2011. That was 40.42. She broke it by 41 centimetres in the third round, and that would be too good for the rest of the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of People's Republic of China.
皆様中華人民共和国国歌の演奏です
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリストです
Well, Zhang got a bit of a fright right towards the end of the competition with a 40.25 from Legnante. But she still held on. What a champion she's been over many years. Still winning. And if she wants to hang on for 3 more years, we could see her in Paris. And Legnante, big improvement from her today. I wonder if she'd like to keep going too. Had men's shot put final today. Sebastian Dietz. The F-36. Just a small field of 6. And Dietz spins well. Chasing a medal position, the German. He is the winner from Rio with a 14.84. But he's up against the formidable Vladimir Sviridov. Dietz, he's got more. You consider he's got a PB of over 15 metres. Some days it's there and some not, though. Guinichi of Tunisia, best of 14.12 so far. PB of 14.74. I think he's waved goodbye to that.
It's the time to bring it out of the bag, isn't it? As we are seeing these records continually pushed here at these Paralympic Games.
And a 15.12. 38-centimetre improvement on his career best.
Smashing the 15-metre barrier. And that has just leapt him up the standings into the silver medal position. And this is the man who's going to be under pressure after watching that throw.
Dietz he's got hot company behind him, chasing one of those medal positions. Sviridov, Guinichi and Dietz it is at the moment.
1471, consistent series for Sebastian Dietz. 53.81 and now 71.
This event for athletes with a movement disorder, including cerebral palsy, so to be able to dance across the ring as strongly and smoothly as he does, it's a result of a lot of training and hard work. But Sviridov with a 15.60 in the second round. About 70 centimetres short of his world record, established 2 years ago. But that's past 16 metres.
Well, he's pushing himself now, isn't he? And he'll know that there's still some very capable throwers to come after him. And he'll want to continue to put the pressure on those chasers.
And 16.45. That's a massive throw from Sviridov. Breaks his own world record. It stood at 16.32. And what an emotional reaction from the big man of the RPC, Guinichi.
Guinichi's still sitting in that silver medal position after the previous throw. And I think he's just continuing to enjoy this moment. He knows that the gold medal is going to be a pretty big ask. So maybe he's setting silver in his sights.
Yeah, he's a metre and a half behind Sviridov. He doesn't seem to mind, though, because he's put together a great competition, including an area record and personal best. And Dietz, that 14.81 represents a season best. That's the spot. Our spotters do a great job. I'd be happy to work on the shot put, but maybe not the javelin.
I mean, this could still do some damage, but
yes.
I want a little more cautious.
.14.58 with his penultimate attempt. Guinichi is strolling around ever so pleased with himself. The Tunisian has already done a massive personal best with that 15.12.
With the explosion of power coming through the glutes as he pushes off and drives that shot put. And now that energy is being channeled elsewhere.
Can he go across? He gets the okay. Remembered the protocol in his excitement that you can't just stroll across the track any time. He's finished in second position. He can't catch Sviridov, but that is a silver medal coming the way of Guinichi. Sviridov already with that 16.45 has broken his old record set in Dubai, November 2019. This just to tidy things up. And I think he's fouled there. Oh, I say it's fair. Yes, that's right. No, that's okay. It was good. I thought he was falling out the left side of the circle there, but he's all right. And it's huge.
Well, the celebrations can commence.
16.67.
Celebrations and records everywhere. Dietz not able to retain that title, but still will be taking home a medal with a season's best. But I think the most elation we've seen from this whole competition is not from the world record holder, but from Yassine Guinechi, who now has a new area record. But this man broke his world record and broke it again.
16.67 for Svidadov, and gold in the F36 shot put. Big personal best for Guinechi of Tunisia, and Sebastian Dietz 14.81.
The final track event of the morning session. 2 heats of the women's 100 meters T47. Britney Mason, the world record holder. She'll go in heat 2. But this one has the Paralympic champion, also of the United States, Deja Young, who will go from lane 9. Lisa Jordan of Australia, 18 years of age, her first major championship. Li Lu, who won bronze in 2017 at the Worlds. Gagun of Thailand. Yashova of the Czech Republic, silver at the 2018 Europeans. Vera Andrade, who won silver here over 400 metres, of Venezuela, will go in lane 6. She was 4th at the 2019 World Championships. And Runa Veyers, gold already over 400 metres at these Paralympic Games, looking to improve on the bronze she took at the World Championships 2 years ago in Dubai. Smile on her face, why wouldn't she be happy? Already has a gold medal to her name. That lady will be hoping to get a gold medal to her name in the final of this, assuming she gets through. Deja Young, gold in 2016 in the 100 and 200 metres. So perhaps the double on her mind yet again. The first 3 will qualify automatically. The next 2 fastest across this and the second heat will go through to the final. T47 category, you can either stand up or you can take to the blocks, and Deja Young has got to wait really quickly, and also looking good on the inside there in lane 6. It's Vera Andrade. It's Vera Andrade who takes it. Young goes across in second position, but Vera Andrade, who's a lifetime best of 12.19 seconds, she's gone past that. She set herself a new lifetime best of 12.14 seconds, so she qualifies through first. Wonderful race from her, wonderful technique, and she'll be a huge competitor in that final. Venezuela having some championships indeed. Lifetime best of 12.14 seconds for Elizabeth Marina Vera Andrade, who took silver in the 400 metres here at the Paralympic Games. Well, Deja Young got away quickest of all on the inside. Li Lu as well, who took 4th here in the 400 metres and was bronze in this in 2017. Started well, but she fell off somewhat. Vera Andrade takes it. Deja Young picks up the second position through, and Li Lu will go through also in 3rd position. Lifetime best of Vera Andrade, season bests for Deja Young and Li of China. So a quick heat indeed.
A couple of those athletes will be having to wait anxiously as we see the times that will be produced in the second of the heats. But this woman, Deja Young, comfortably through. The season's best for her. But in the middle of your picture, Vera Andrade was the one who came through strongest, taking 0.05 of a second off her personal best. She didn't need to power all the way through, but she wanted to get the strong run out and really put the marker down on her opponents. You're feeling confident going into that final. Young dipping for the line at the top of your picture. It was Lilu who gets that final automatic qualification. Veyers will have to wait and see if she's run enough. 12.66 for fourth.
Well, the T47 for an upper limb impairment. Vera Andre with a lifetime best goes through, as does Deja Young and Li Lu. We'll wait for the second heat to see who goes through as the lucky losers. And the second heat coming up in the next minute or two of the women's 100 metres T47 for an upper limb impairment, that category. European champion goes in this, Sokolov, as does Britney Mason, the world record holder and world champion of the United States of America. She'll go from lane 9. 23 years of age from Cleveland, Ohio. Gold in the 2019 Worlds in Dubai. This her Paralympic Games debut. Conditions very similar to Dubai a couple of years ago for Mason. And there is Sokolov, the European champion from Serbia. She has won the European Championship recently. Also the Javelin European champion as well. Multi-talented. Alicia German, her 5th Paralympic Games, the Polish athlete on the inside there. But it'll be this lady here who'll be out in lane 9, Britney Mason. Making her Paralympic Games debut that they'll more than likely be looking at chasing. 11.89, that lifetime best set in Dubai 2 years ago. Her season best, well, she's equaled it, 11.89. Mugachaya will be hoping for something as well. The lady from the RPC. German goes into Sokolov in lane 3, the European champion in both the 100 metres and the javelin. Fernando Yara da Silva first competed back in 2008. Mugachaya will go in lane 5. Overland, the 17-year-old Norwegian in lane 6. Rodriguez of Ecuador, 18 years of age, in lane 7. Ibanez of Argentina in 8, and Mason out in lane 9. So there's a multi-talented field. We've got European long jump champions, javelin winners, long jump world champions in Rodriguez of Ecuador, and we've got the world record holder and world champion, Britney Mason of the United States, in lane 9. German in 2, Sokolov in 3, Da Silva in 4, Mugachaya in 5, Overland in 6, Rodriguez in 7, Ibanez in 8, and Mason in lane 9 on the far left. Now Mason gets away really well at the start there. She looks very strong, but also looking really good is Rodriguez of Ecuador, but she's being caught by German on the inside, and it's going to be Mason on the outside. German who picks up second position, and Sokolov, the European champion, has also gone through in 3rd place. So Britney Mason got off to a pretty decent start then, and she just held her form throughout. 12.07 the time given to Britney Mason. So no one going under that magic 12-second mark in the heats, perhaps in the final. 12.07, a easy enough race for Britney Mason to go through, but she looked strong from the start.
She really did power off that line, didn't she? And I mean, this angle makes it look even more extreme, but going very well in lane 2. Jerome with such a fast cadence and just sneaking through there to take the second, and a strong finish from Sokolov to secure her place in that final. But Mason, the one in control of this race, and even having time to glance over to the left just to see where the rest of the field were. Yeah, relaxing those final few strides.
Well, Mason takes the win. Alicia German, who's come up with a new European record of 12.19. It's her 5th Paralympic Games and the first Polish athlete to do so. She says she's retiring after it. The 36-year-old who's on the far side there in lane 2. Britney Mason just powered ahead. Sokolov, the European champion, came through in 3rd place. I thought Rodriguez was looking really strong there at one point, but she just fell away, and Sokolov came through, the Serbian, and took that 3rd position and automatic qualification. Well, German's actually had a look across there, so she looked pretty confident on the inside, did the pole. In confirmation that 12.07, Britney Mason, German goes through with a lifetime best of 12.19. Sokolov, the European champion, 12.43, also go through. Rodriguez and Mugachaya have gone through as quickest losers. Well, it was certainly a much faster second heat. There was no doubt about that. Hence Rodriguez and Mugachaya going through, but it is going to be a wonderful final. Mason, Sokolov, Young, and the experienced German, they're all there. It should be an absolute belter.
Women's Javelin, F56, Montegian Moavi, Islamic Republic of Iran, throwing a huge personal best of 24.50. Now here's a look at some of the action though. Diana Dadzite. She took 2nd in the discus, 24.22. Her best throw of the competition. Rocha Machado of Brazil, 3rd attempt. .23.96 personal best coming in. And she too comes up with a new PB. It's happening all over the place today. But it was this woman in the 3rd round who found almost 2 meters on her previous personal best. Certainly sent it out with a big roar, and the reaction was priceless. She's never done anything like this before. 4th in Rio, has had a 2nd place at the World Championships, but 1.87 meters she's added to her previous best. And that's it. Disappointed, but it's another medal for her. She just doesn't know where to take her emotions. There's so many of them, and they're just all bubbling out. It's a massive achievement for her. A 35-year-old won the Para-Asian Games in Indonesia 2018. Those held in Jakarta. Cloudier skies over the Tokyo Olympic Stadium. Things a little bit cooler, still quite humid, but certainly kinder than the first 4 days of competition, that's for sure. should have some victory ceremonies coming up soon. In fact, we still do have a field event underway. That being a women's shot put. There is the stadium, nestled amongst the suburban life of Tokyo, and the office buildings and massive apartment blocks not far away either, and the beautiful Rainbow Bridge and the Paralympic Agitos closer to us.
We had a nice trip across that last evening. And we had a nice trip around this stadium early this morning, didn't we? Did a lap around it.
We did. We didn't intend to. We lost our bearings for a minute and had a nice walk. Well, we needed the exercise because we sit here for quite a while. Plenty of people offering us directions. They're so polite and helpful.
In the end, we had to get the compass out.
I've got one on my phone. Yeah, the Agitos. Agito or Agito. I'm never sure of the correct Latin pronunciation. Means I move.
And those three colours on the Agitos, of course, are for the most common colours of the flags of the nations.
I can see some presenters gathering down in front of us. I think we're first of a few victory ceremonies about to get underway. Our photographer friends would be quite warm in those vests. All the equipment they have to carry around. It's not easy for them.
Men's 400 meters T13 victory ceremony. A few back-to-back ceremonies coming up now. Plenty of track finals in the morning session. This was one of them. Won by James Turner of Australia, his second Paralympic gold medal after taking the 800 in Rio back in 2016. Russian Paralympic Committee and New Zealand also on the podium in this one as the dignitaries are introduced to the crowd first. Wearing the We the 15 badge, you can see there, the bottom one. WeThe15.org is the place to go for all the information on the 15% of the world's population, 1.2 billion who are affected by a disability. More information there.
Bronze medalist representing New Zealand.
But it's William Steadman of New Zealand who's picked up the bronze medal. Replicated his result in Rio in 2016 and also in Dubai in 2019 at the World Championships. So another medal for New Zealand. That's a second bronze. They've got 2 golds and 3 silvers as well. Sit 29th on the medal table. William Steadman, again, a bronze medalist at the Paralympics.
Silver medalist, RPC athlete. Evgeny Shvetsov.
Evgeny Shvetsov, who took gold in this event in London 2012, where he won the 100, 400 and 800. He's a 3-time European champion. And he picks up a silver medal to add to all those others he's got, including World Championship medals as well in 2013 and 15, which were gold, and those fantastic medals in that lovely Japanese design with the indentations and the braille on it as well. So Mighty is the mascot of the Paralympic Games. There it is, along with a lovely bouquet on top. Shvetsov takes the silver.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Australia.
But it's James Turner of Australia who picks up the 400 metres gold medal to add to his 800 metres gold back in 2016. He's the reigning champion in 2017 and 2019 in this event. In 2017, he also won gold over 200 and 800 and gold over 100 again in 2019. New Paralympic record of 52.80 seconds, which was held by Shvetsov just before he took it out of the hands of the RPC man. So it's New Zealand with bronze, RPC with silver, and it is Australia who pick up the gold as we stand for the Australian national anthem. So James Turner celebrates winning another Paralympic medal. The tears flow for Turner. Wonderful performance, Paralympic record. 25 years of age. He's got plenty of time left in front of him. On the podium again, Stedman of New Zealand and Shvetsov of the Russian Paralympic Committee. As the masks go back on, following the protocols. Six more medal ceremonies to bring you over the coming half an hour. We hope you stay with us. That gives you a good look at those medals. Australia now have 13 gold medals thanks to that one from James Turner. Yeah, fifth on the medal table as we look at the flags, and well, there's not a breath of air really. The Japanese flag and the IPC flag, I can't even say they're blowing in the wind. They're quite limp.
Some of the Swiss supporters there, they've had a pretty enjoyable day. Marcel Hug doing it again. I'm wondering what I can swap for one of those Japanese t-shirts. I think they look pretty smart.
I'm sure you'll find something.
The stadium is absolutely vast.
Women's 400 metres T12, the medium visual impairment category. And it was Cuba who picked up the gold in this one. And it's no surprise when I tell you that that lady there on the right in the red, white and blue of Cuba. Now on the left, Amara Durand claimed the gold medal. (2012), 2016, and now Tokyo 2020 gold medalist.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は金子智文
Director of the Nippon Foundation PSC,
日本財団パラリンピックサポートセンターディレクター
accompanied by
続きまして小林真希
Tokyo 2020 Executive Director of Communications and Engagement Bureau,
東京オリンピック・パラリンピック競技大会組織委員会広報局長
bronze medalist
Well, it's been a wonderful Paralympic Games so far for Alejandra Perez Lopez. Her second major championships after the Worlds in 2019. She practices law. Bronze for her, lifetime best in her heat. Her sister, Linda Patricia Perez Lopez, goes in the women's 100 metres T11 final later this evening. So perhaps the two sisters might both have Paralympic medals after that. Join us later if you can. It's bronze for now, though, for the Perez Lopez of the Alejandra Paula variety. And Venezuela pick up another medal.
silver medalist representing
Third bronze for Venezuela.
メダリストウクライナ
Oksana Botachuk and her guide Mikita Barabanov.
Oksana Bodachuk. Ukraine sitting 7th on the table. That's 28 silvers now for them. Season best for the Ukrainian. 4th successive Paralympic Games she's picked up silver in, as well as 3 silvers at the World Championship. She is a double European champion. And a season best for her in a heat and then also in the final. Can't ask for much more than that. Mikita Barabanov, the guide, also picking up the medal. Great to see the athletes' guides get to claim a medal as well. It wasn't always the way. Times have changed and certainly deserve it.
And her guide Junior Kinderland Vargas.
Junior Kinderland Vargas, the guide on the left of the screen, and this one as Amara Durand picks up the gold medal for the 3rd successive Games. She holds the world and Paralympic records, does the Cuban. She set them in Rio when she took victory back in 2016, 51.77. That is a bit slower today in 52.58, but it was a season best for her. And considering everything that's happened in the world over the past 18 months, she'll take that. So it's Cuba with the gold as we pause for the national anthem.
キューバ国歌の演奏です
The
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
So Cuba with the gold through Umara Durand, Ukraine through Oksana Peterchik with the silver, and Venezuela, Alejandra Perez Lopez with the bronze medal. Camaraderie of the athletes has been superb in these Paralympic Games. Those who have just missed out on medals have been quick to congratulate others who have got them. So another medal for the Ukraine, a silver this time. China still at the top of the table. They've been there since 2004 in Athens, 2008, 2012, 2016, and currently in Tokyo 2020. They reign supreme as well. Japan have been wonderful hosts. Great uniform.
Well, I think so. A little after 12:30 local time.
Cuba with plenty to have celebrated in this Tokyo Olympic Stadium this morning. 2 gold medals to be awarded.
Men's 1500 meters T54 wheelchair category. And you'll never guess who won this one. He has a few gold medals to his name. Not so many Paralympic gold medals, mind you. But he's getting there. Marcel Hug of Switzerland. Many people might not recognize him without the silver helmet on. But Marcel Hug has picked up his 4th Paralympic gold medal. 2 in Rio. And now 2 here at these games as well.
The medals will be presented by
Gold in the 5,000 metres in the first T54 race of the program. And now in the 1,500 metres as well.
Accompanied by Tokyo 2020 Executive Director of Communications and Engagement Bureau.
東京オリンピック・パラリンピック競技大会組織委員会広報局長
Bronze medalist representing Thailand.
銅メダリストタイ
Puteret Konkwak with the bronze medal, and it was a finish where he just stormed past Yang Yong of China and Daniel Romanchuk, who'd taken the gold in the 400 metres, and Konkwak picks up a bronze to go with the bronze he also took in the 5,000 metres. So Thailand again in the T54 medals. They are synonymous for it. It's an event they like. They've had some great champions in the past, the likes of Rawat Tana. The man who's going to collect silver in just a moment or two's time. Also from Thailand. But it's Konkwak with another bronze, a second for him at these games. Prawat Waharam. Sixth in the 5,000 metres when he lost his title in that. He's the world champion. He was the Paralympic champion. Silver in 2008. Silver in 2012. He took gold in 2016. He has silver again for a third Paralympic silver in this event in Tokyo 2020. Look at those lovely medals. The Konami, the pivot point, holds all parts of that fan together in a wonderful Japanese design.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Switzerland.
銀メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンスイス
Marcel Hug.
Well, Waharama set a new area record, but this man set a new world record, taking the mark of Brent Lakatos, which he set back in Knotville, where Hug lives. That was in 2017. Lakatos didn't even make the final. Such was the competitive nature of this event. But it's a fourth Paralympic gold for Marcel Hug. 5,000 meters gold here already. He claimed gold in the 800 back in Rio and also in the marathon. Has a load of World Championship and European Championship medals to go with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem
As we
of Switzerland.
now await the national anthem of Switzerland. Well, just to give you an idea about the competitive nature of this race that was won by Marcel Hug, the top 7 in the race would have broken the world record if they'd have come in first position. That shows you how quick it was. Daniel Romanchuk went out very fast. He led up to 400, 800 and 1200, but he ended up finishing in 5th position. Tells you how good these three are. Led by him, Marcel Hug. So we haven't seen the end of Marcel Hug yet at these Paralympic Games. He'll be back. The marathon will be the last one on the final day for the T54s. We'll also have T12 and T46 marathons for you as well. 5 in total. That man will be part of it. Thailand, bronze and silver. And Switzerland through Marcel Hug with a new world record and a Paralympic gold.
Still have some ceremonies to come before we close out this session. Middle of the day, Tuesday, on a warm day. A bit cloudier than we've seen recently, and there's even the prospect of a bit of rain, if not later today, then the next day.
Some of the coaches putting the world to right. Been plenty of action for those who have been lucky enough to make it to the arena to watch in this session that's just coming to a conclusion.
Our next victory ceremony, men's shot put F36. It's a category for standing athletes with a movement disorder, including cerebral palsy. A smaller field, this one, just the 6, but it included the world record holder, Vladimir Sviridov, and he got it done. Breaking his world record along the way.
President of the Hellenic Sports Federation for Persons with Disabilities. Accompanied by Tokyo 2020 General Coordination Officer.
The bronze medal would go to Sebastian Dietz, who won the gold in Rio with a 14.84. By the way, he also won a gold in London for discus, but today he was outshone. His best effort, a 14.81 in the 3rd round. If he'd thrown his personal best of 15.28, he could have got into silver medal position, but that wasn't the case for him. He's been a world champion 2015 and 2017.
Silver medalist representing Tunisia.
Yassine Gunichi came in with a PB of 14.74, and when he beat it in the 4th round, there was just a fantastic reaction from him. He's so pleased, and I do like seeing that. The athletes don't mind so much if they don't win, but they put out a personal best. You get very emotional about delivering on the big stage. If you come here and disappoint yourself because you knew you could do better, that's one thing. But when you come here and do better than you've ever done before, well, let the cards fall where they may. And Gunichi through 15.12 for a new area record.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing RBC.
Vladimir Sviridov from Rostov-na-Donu, world champion 2019. Set a new world mark in 2019 in Dubai, and he eclipsed it twice through 16.45 in the 4th round and then 16.67 in the last. He's also been a bronze medalist in long jump at Paralympic Games. This is his pet event. It's been a pretty productive day at the National Stadium for the RPC athletes. Vladimir Sviridov. Capable of producing the big throws on the big occasion. So he set the previous world record at a world championship. Broke it today at the Paralympics. So he knows when to find his best stuff. And his best stuff was better than anybody else's today in the F36 shot put. Yassine Gonichi with the silver medal. One of the happiest silver medalists I have ever seen. And off they go. Trying to get through these victory ceremonies as promptly as we can. And the presenters are already back in position, I can tell you. We've got the athletes organised. It's okay to stand up and clap. I'd advise against dancing though. Well, we started off the session with the men's long jump, and now we have the victory ceremony. There were 13 involved in this one. And something rather unusual happened in the first round. The third man up in the middle there, and obviously about to be the gold medalist, Rabil Sol Cervantes, just 18 years of Cuba, jumped, I beg your pardon, 7:46. And had a previous PB of 6:77. And that was that.
Accompanied by Suzuki Tomoki, Tokyo 2020 General Coordination Officer. 東京オリンピック・パラリンピック競技大会組織委員会ゼネラルコーディネーションオフィサー。
Well, sometimes these long jump events are settled with the last jump, but today it was the first, at least as far as the gold medal was concerned. But when we look at how the bronze medal was decided, Nikita Kuchikov was sitting equal third on 7 meters 30 until that last round, and he found another 4 centimeters to create a career best of 7:34 and make the bronze medal his own. So Rod Townsend, winner of the high jump here, is looking to make it a double. Having done just that in Rio, he's looking for the double-double, if you like. And he went close. His last jump of 7:43 was a personal best. The man from Kentucky. But there's a new kid on the block. 11 years his junior. And Townsend, not yet 30. We're talking about Rabil Cervantes of Cuba. 7 meters 46 with his first jump. His profile on the Paralympic system has almost nothing to say about him because he's just really emerging from junior ranks. And his senior rivals in this competition probably thought, well, he's probably a good young jumper. He won't do it today, surely. But he did. Paralympic record of 7:46. Well, we'll be watching his career with great interest, Sol Cervantes. If he's jumping well over 7 meters, in this case 7:46, at the age of 18, what might he do yet? There was no fluke. He jumped 7:37 with his second attempt, actually passed on his fourth. 7:23 with his fifth and fouled on the last. What do they say? It's not the size of the dog in the fight. The size of the fight in the dog. He's got a big heart. And a growing reputation.
In Rio in 2016. Also the European champion from 2018, European silver medalist from Big Gosh in Poland earlier on this year. Lead still held at 9 meters 19 by Julie Joan, that new world record. Silver is at 8:16 in Konovis of Poland, and the bronze is at 8:21 by Saida Al-Moudi. Vanessa Wallace's lifetime best set this year is 8:73. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 1500 meters T11.
Well, the opening track event and opening final on the morning session on day 5 at these Para-Athletics Championships at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo was the men's 1500 meters T11 complete visual impairment category. And it's a familiar face who's taken the gold in this one. Yeltsin Jacques, who won the 5,000 meters gold earlier at these games, has a double gold as well after picking up the 1500 meters in a world record time.
presented by
メダルの贈呈は山脇康
Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee,
国際パラリンピック委員会理事
accompanied by
続きまして小林真希
Tokyo 2020 Executive Director of Communications and Engagement Bureau,
東京オリンピック・パラリンピック競技大会組織委員会広報局長
bronze medalist.
Well, there's great excitement as always with these victory ceremonies.
と RPC
Fedor Rudakov,
And the European champion is now a bronze medalist with a lifetime best. Fedor Rudakov of the Russian Paralympic Committee, who've had a very good morning medal-wise. Lifetime best in third position. These wonderful medals again. The classic Japanese design. And the mascot there just behind. So Mighty, the mascot is called. I've had a few people ask me about that.
日本和田伸也ガイドは長谷部匠
Japan pick up a silver. Wada Shinya. Bronze in the 5,000 meters. Silver in the 1,500 meters. Congratulations and salutations. Plenty of thank yous and plenty of respect. It's always something different when the home nation pick up a medal. New area record as well. Asiba Takumi, the guide. Wada Shinya, the athlete.
and Paralympic champion, representing Brazil.
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンブラジル
Yeltsin Jack and his guide, Carlos Antonio dos Santos.
And Yeltsin Jack with the world record. Held since London 2012. Samuel Mushai Kimani of Kenya did hold it. It's now in the hands of a Brazilian. Double gold for the Pan American Games champion as well. He's making a habit of it. Went out early, looked really strong, and held the entire race to see off the challenge of Wada and Rudakov. Time now for the
Ladies and gentlemen,
national anthem of Brazil.
皆様ブラジル国歌の演奏です
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様、パラリンピックメダリストです。
Yeltsin Jiao, double Paralympic gold medalist in the men's 5,000 meters and the men's 1,500 meters now. Russian Paralympic Committee take bronze, Japan takes silver, and Brazil the gold. Brazil in sixth position on the medal table, 13 golds, 9 silver and 15 bronze.
So Vanessa Wallace halfway through her 6 throws in the women's shot F34. Best came in round 1 of 7 meters 53. She's been in good form this year with a lifetime best of 8.73. It has been a very long wait for Vanessa to get underway. The competition started just before 10:30, so 2.5 hours later, eventually getting an opportunity in the chair. Very heavily involved in athletics away from the competitive arena as well. Been part of national governing bodies athletes commissions. An inspiration to para-athletes in the London area as well.
I think that tells you how little breeze there is. Those flags there.
Crying, aren't they?
One more medal ceremony left to go before we wrap up the morning session. One field event wrapping up as well. But the final victory ceremony any second now. And it is the men's 200 meters T51 victory ceremony, which will round up proceedings in the morning session. This saw a Paralympic record through Finland's Toni Pispinen. Pispinen was a silver medalist earlier this year at the European Championships in this event. He was beaten by Peter Hennen, who took the silver this time from Belgium. Belgium also picking up a bronze medal through Roger Habsch.
Tokyo 2020 General Coordination Officer.
Introductions being made for those handing out the medals. And then the athletes will get their hands on just that. Roger Habsch, 42 years of age. He was 5th in the World Championships in Dubai 2 years ago. He's improved that by 2 places this time around. Takes away a first Paralympic medal for him in the T51 wheelchair category. Yes, that medal looks brilliant. You certainly can tell it's Japanese made. The flowers and the mascot for Roger Habsch of Belgium.
Silver medalist representing Belgium,
銀メダリストベルギー
Peter Jenan.
So Peter Jenan picks up the silver medal, 44 years of age. He won gold in the 100 and 400 meters in 2016 in Rio. He's the world champion in this event, and also the European champion as well. But in the Paralympic Games, he's the silver medalist. Always had a great rivalry with Tony Pispinen, former wheelchair rugby player. Now a Paralympic silver medalist.
Paralympic champion representing Finland,
And the Paralympic champion from Finland,
フィンランド
Tony Pispinen.
Tony Pispinen. Competed in karate until he had his accident back in 1993 and found his way with T51 wheelchair racing. Did some modifications to his wheelchair earlier in the year. It helped him to victory in this and numerous other races throughout the course of the build-up to these championships, and a proud man indeed. Finland's first gold medal of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. And a national anthem we're yet to hear is the national anthem of Finland.
フィンランド国歌の演奏です
Gold for Finland, silver and bronze for Belgium. A new Paralympic record of 36.81 seconds for Tony Pispinen of Finland. All three positions beat that Paralympic record set by Navarro Sanchez, who was in the race and came fifth. He set that back in Athens in 2004. So 17 years in the making, and all three in the medal positions went past that mark. Wonderful sportsmanship. Protocols to be followed with those masks, but photos can still be taken. As Finland sit on top of the podium.
So things winding down at the National Stadium. Session going rather longer than organisers intended. Still plenty of time to get it ready for the next session, though. Gentle breeze making its way into the stadium, and thankfully it hasn't been as hot today as the first 4 days, where we had temperatures in the mid-30s and high humidity. Let's have a look at action from the long jump won by the young Cuban, Solcervantes. A big field of 13. Had high hopes. And we had a athlete from Afghanistan taking part, which was very welcome to see. Very difficult, as you would understand, for the 2 athletes from Afghanistan to make it to Tokyo. And it was good to have him taking part. Rasuli, a 4:46, and he jumped a personal best. Didn't progress to the second half of the competition, but a remarkable moment to consider he was here at all, knowing what's going on in his homeland. Nikita Kochikov, RPC athlete, needed a good last jump to be sure of 3rd place. And he managed to find a personal best to do it, a 7:34, and it meant a lot to secure that bronze medal. Rod Townsend took the high jump, long jump double in Rio. Already has the high jump gold in his kit bag, and he was chasing gold in the long jump. And he went really close. 7 meters 43, a personal best for the big American from Kentucky. But no one would deny the new star of long jump in the T47, Robil Solcervantes. His first jump, 7:46. A new Paralympic record, and the youngest man in the field. Little known about him before, but we'll watch him in the future. And the emotion getting to him once he's realized what he's achieved. Good day for Cuba, it would be. And we look at the women's discus F11. Zhang, world record of 40.83. But Restrepo Munoz of Colombia would finish in the bronze medal position. A best of 36.11. 36.14 her personal best. A big career best coming from Assunta Legnante of Italy. Just out of the medals in Rio. She wasn't going to have that repeated. With her final throw, 40.25. Previous best, 37.89. Zhang Liangmin held the record at 40.92. And her best today would be 40.83. It was a world record because that 42 not ratified. Yes, it was. It was set in Christchurch, but she's beaten it by 25 centimetres. So Zhang too good. Men's shot put, F36. World record established by Sviridov, a personal best for Guenichi of Tunisia, and Sebastian Dietz, who won this event in Rio. Dietz, his third round effort. An impressive 14.81, a season best for him. It wouldn't be good enough, though, for him to defend the title he won 5 years ago. Now, Yassine Guenichi, 26-year-old from Tunisia, had a second place at the 2019 World Championships. 14.74 was what he threw there. And what's he done to that previous personal best? He's got rid of it because he's got 15.12 now and a silver medal in the F36. Vladimir Sviridov, world record holder at 6.32. That record established 2019. He passed it in the fourth round and in the sixth. And 16.67, the gold and a new world record mark for Sviridov. Women's shot put, F34. Zhu Lijuan, a world record of 9.19 from Canobus and Amoudi of Morocco, and Morocco's first medal at the track and field meet. Field of 11. This event getting underway mid-morning. Took about 3 hours to complete. Saida Amoudi, 41-year-old from Morocco, did have a second place at the World Championships 2 years ago. Missed out on a medal in Rio. But a healthy 8.21 in the third attempt would get her the bronze medal. Breakthrough for Morocco with that medal. Lucina Konobis of Poland waited until her final attempt to produce this one, 8.60. Well, she was already in silver medal position. She was chasing gold, couldn't quite do that. The 43-year-old who was second in Rio is second again behind this woman, Zhu Lijuan, who's also won the Javelin here, has made it a double gold with a 9:19 and a new world record. Broke her old mark of 8:82. And there it is confirmed, Zhu Lijuan, a champion of the F34 shot put. Well, another fascinating session comes to a close at the Olympic Stadium in Tokyo. A great spread of nations again picking up medals. Cuba, Russian Paralympic Committee, China, Brazil, Iran, Switzerland, Australia, and a new star emerging in the long jump in Sol Cervantes, just 18 years of age. Great stories, more of them to come, and we look forward to your company again in Tokyo. Goodbye for now.